yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Sin Bin Podcast, Season 3, Episode 4. And of course, we're live and direct in stereo with all the sinners up in the his house. Of course, we got Sinner JP, also known as the Mexicans. We got Sinner, Mr. No Fact Check Sasado, also known as Tyler. And of course, we got Sinner Tony, also known as the Shiner. And welcoming back to the show, Mike, the Snorer Merriman, representing the No More Room in Hell and Fresh Cuts podcast. And I be your host, the Toxic Sinner, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my sinner scenes? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We are back. Episode 4, Sin Bin. Yeah. Welcome back to the show, Mikey. It's been a little bit, a couple months.
Yeah, it always feels like longer because it's a monthly show. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh, I haven't been on in 3 episodes, but it feels like for.
It does.
And because you have to do the picks like kind of like a month in advance, the way they release, it makes it feel like even longer. Because it's
That
like,
feels
oh, I'm
way
doing
longer.
this.
Like you picked this. Like I picked this movie 2 months ago. At this point,
Well, we already have next
Yeah.
month's show already, figured out too. It's like
Yeah.
it seems like it's almost 2 months in advance.
We like have their I got next month's package like forever ago.
Yeah, I
Like
got
2 weeks
mine
ago.
this week. So
I got mine this week.
Yeah, sometimes I forget that because when I order it and it's like, when I get it, it's like, oh yeah, but I'm not even recording the month that I get my shipment. It's actually, so it's like, okay, well, I got a long time to wait.
I know it's
Picked
kind of
this
funny.
bad boy since JP liked it so much.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yeah, I know it is funny. It's like a funny format, right? Because we always have the movies so far in advance, and like even tonight, we're recording this on the eve of the halfway to Black Friday sale, which is going to be happening about 12 or like 15 hours from now, kind of thing. So those are going to get announced, and we still got another show to do, and then
Yeah, but they don't that
just the
that
pre-order.
particular announcement, they only announce like
Yeah.
2 things, right? Isn't that
Yeah,
what
it's
it
just the
is?
pre-order sale. It's not like the sale.
yeah, that's what I meant. Like the titles for the right.
You got any good guesses what you think it's going to be?
Nope. I don't even really
I
look
think
into
that
it.
people were saying
Masters Universe is going to be one.
I heard that, but then I don't know if that's true.
I wasn't really following the clues too much.
So, is
Tony
the
would probably
month-
know a little better.
So is June?
It probably is the
partner month?
He-Man movie, honestly.
This is an 80s sci-fi adventure or something like that for the first one, right?
And the remake's about to come out, and they just put out Faces of Death the same month that remake came out.
Dude, I'll be actually genuinely pissed off at that.
Maybe it's like a double feature of like
I don't want
Romancing
that
the
shit.
Stone and Jewel of the Nile.
I'd be stoked for that.
Me too,
So
man.
there's-
I love those movies.
Is there a
Yeah.
sci-fi
June is
element
partner
in those?
month, right? So we got one more than partner month.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's when we do top 5.
Yeah, I can't believe we're already
Halfway.
about to be at that point.
I was actually thinking about this last night because I was kind of going through it. I realized I actually forgot to watch one thing, so I haven't watched Ghost Keeper, but I've watched every single release up to this point from 2026 releases, and I'm pretty proud of that actually. So
I swore I was gonna do that with just the stuff I pick up, and I'm just not even close.
Oh, that's what it was. I think people were saying maybe Night Watch.
which one? The
I saw-
97 one?
Yeah, I think so.
The
one that-
remake.
Maybe.
the one that
Maybe-
knocked
maybe-
the one that knocked out Friday the 13th.
Yep. The one
Well, it's
that
got to be
knocked-
the remake because Arrow put out the original.
Okay,
right?
So maybe the remake then. I've never seen it, so I don't know.
Yeah, so anyways, I have gone through and watched everything that I bought. I think it's like 40 something releases or whatever, films I should say, not releases. There's more than one film on each release, but and that got me thinking. I'm like, shit, man, that top 5 show's coming soon. So I started kind of like tinkering with what my favorite picks were and shit. I'm like, it's kind of interesting, kind of liking the year so far. So Tony,
Actually, yes. I think this year has been great so far. I think what is maybe next month is like the weakest so far.
Yeah, this was
I actually
the most
been really
impressive.
happy with this year so far. I think there's been some great stuff.
yeah, next like the picks weren't like the strongest, but I'm pretty excited that we're getting those Fulci presents films. So that's kind of a bonus.
That is cool. I
Yeah,
like
it's
that. as
something
well.
that hasn't really been released much. I mean, there were some UK releases, I think, but they're pretty gray market and stuff. So So that's pretty cool. But overall, it wasn't the greatest.
And
month,
it seems like we're getting like bonus slip covers for each one, which is kind of wild.
that is crazy.
That's probably like a perk of having like exactly 2,000 subscribers. Now they can like allocate shit like that.
Yeah.
And it's probably a lot easier.
I really have never understood the point of having extra slipcovers. Like, are you that person that has them all displayed and you're like, oh, a couple weeks past, you're like, I'm going to switch out the slipcover.
Maybe
Change
they
it
wanna
up
I
a
play
think
little
it's
dress
bit.
up.
like you could just put which one you want on it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess so. I mean,
You can play dress up with your movies.
like, I don't know what to do. I have like 5 slipcovers for cutting class, and they're just sitting there.
That was ridiculous.
I know that's the
Yeah.
stupidest thing ever.
I know I got a slip coverless version of cutting class. So you give me one.
You don't even have one slipcover.
Moods and I will
Yeah.
both give you 4.
I actually I think I picked up cutting class from Jill Sholin at when she appeared at the drive-in.
You know what?
think
I
she had
actually have a
copies of
box here with that one box set that I was going to send to you, and I can't remember the other title that I was going to send to you. Do you remember what it was?
Hell no.
Fuck. We talked about it
I'm
on the
not
show,
good
and
at
I was
memory.
like
I'm not good at memory, bro. Not my
I like
forte.
totally forgot, and I like put the other one in the box, and I'm like, shit, I don't remember what it is. It'll come to me.
But yeah, overall, I think this year has been pretty solid. I've been actually more happy with like the regular proper Vinegar Syndrome proper releases than I have the last couple years. Maybe they listened to us last year because it doesn't seem like they're doing as many like reissues. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
I think I agree with you.
There's still
Definitely.
time to come, so we'll see. But
I mean,
I
we're
can't
getting
think of any that stick out to me.
I mean, Phantom of the Opera was, but that was that and Terra Firma kind of like I feel like Terra Firma doesn't really count because nobody.
No,
like,
I
that's-
don't think that counts.
I mean, it had
Yeah.
like just a standard Troma Blu-ray kind of thing, but
yeah.
it's like
But Phantom
whatever.
of the Opera, which was sort of a leftover from last year anyway. And then
Yeah.
like pretty much everything else has been, pretty good. Like not just Shout Factory redos,
No,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of original stuff this year, man. I mean, we got more Sasado films, which is cool. I'm really, at first when I was like,
I
really?
think there's another one, or well, another pink line for Black Friday. I think
Nice.
I saw that.
Sado
somewhere.
4.
Like I was kind of disappointed when they put out Sasado 3 until I watched the films, and I was like, nah, that set's fucking amazing. Like I'm loving this dude, man. So if they put out Volume 4, I'll be pretty cool with that. But like, some interesting releases
So
this year. Like
Sado is the only. That's the only one for
the
Pink
Pink
ones
Line.
up.
Pink Line
Yeah.
for 2026 so far, right?
Yeah.
Pink Line
Yep.
3.
And I suggest watching those films because they're all pretty good. And the third one in the set, like the comedic one, is just dude, you gotta see it, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
I'm hoping for another Icon scope, man.
Yeah, I wonder what the. Yeah, I'm curious.
It's kind
I'm
of been
hoping-
light with, like, we've only had 2 VSAs
You want to talk about
And-
light?
and fucking no DeGazer.
No DeGaza. That's what I'm saying. Like completely light, non-existing. What do you think's going on
Yeah,
with
it's been
that?
kind of. They probably just haven't worked on anything yet.
It's been well over a year. I'd say, maybe more.
Yeah. The thing
It
about
hasn't been
the,
that
the
long.
thing,
I think
the thing
Five
about
Dead came out in October.
the thing about
Was it?
DeGazer is like
Yeah.
there's so many people that have been releasing like video stuff between like TerraVision and like Saturn's Core and VHS Fest. Like they're kind of just running out of things, I think. You know what I mean?
Visual Vengeance.
You would think so, but yeah.
But
There's some
DeGazer
other stuff out there.
seems to be more prime titles, not just like some random shit that like Saturn's Core will release. Like they're more like pristine, like notable films for the most part. There was a couple.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it. I mean, some of the earlier Saturn's Core titles were to hardcore shot on video fans were some pretty good gems. Like,
Yeah,
those were
and
some.
then they ran out.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
I mean, honestly, even some of the later releases have been pretty good. I mean, it was just a couple of those.
I
Fucking
mean, we
random
got
sets.
Rot last
I'm not
year.
saying I'm
We're
not
getting
saying they're
Bone
not.
Sickness
Yeah,
last
Rot is
year.
one. Bone Sickness. Those are
Yeah.
2 big ones. But I'm not saying not good stuff. I'm just saying like known stuff. Like
Yeah, no,
we're
I
getting
get
a
what you're
lot
saying.
less unknown
Right.
stuff, a lot more unknown stuff than we used to with that label. Same thing with like, I mean, TerraVision did like Wood Chipper Massacre and all those titles
Yeah.
too, you know.
Yeah, because they must have they probably acquired some of the camp video stuff,
Kit
right?
Motion stuff,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm curious if we see a DeGazer at all this year. So like it seems quiet. But
It's so sad to me.
I updated the page the other day for all the Vinegar Syndrome stuff, and
Nice.
it just seeing like everything's kind of bare. Obviously the most actually the VSL line has been pretty pumping this year. 4 releases for VSL, only 2 for VSA. Um, so kind of crazy with that a little bit. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 VSAs. We're only like 4 months into the year. I think that's pretty good. I
Not
feel like at this point last year we had like 1 VSA. I feel like we had 1
actually we
VSA
had
until
2.
like June.
We had 2 last year by April.
Oh, well then
Yeah,
shit.
so it's
Right
kind of
on
on
schedule.
pace. I will say that there's 5 of these bitches. Last year we had we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 6 cinematographs last year by this point, and this year we have 5. So maybe
Those
less
seem
this
like
year.
those are pretty frequent.
How many
even if it's
VSAs?
just 5 to 6.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
Two,
No, how many
two
VSAs did we get
for the
last year total? Because it was down last year, right?
total? It was a little down last year by like 1, I think.
Oh, okay.
But last year we had 16 last year.
VSAs?
Yeah, I think.
No way.
There's no way there was 16.
Oh
There's
no,
no-
that's sorry, cinematic. I was looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah,
We had 8 last
cinematographs.
year. We had 16 cinematographs. We had 8 VSAs.
8 VSAs. So basically, yeah. Okay. Right. But yeah, I mean, this year so far has been pretty decent. I'm really liking that Antoine Peltier French set. I know Tony, you watched a little bit of it. Pretty wild. I mean, the films are kind of. He's definitely got a style. He's got a a certain way of telling a story and shit. It's a lot of monsters coming out of woods and a lot of period pieces with a fuck ton of gore. Like, dude, that hour and 47-minute movie, it gets a little exhausting because it's just like nonstop gore. It's like fucking insane. Like after the 50-minute mark, it's like it just goes bad shit. But it's a really cool release for to come out, man, and get those films like that had never been released before, So pretty cool stuff. I thought Office Killer was kind of an interesting release this year.
I'm glad it was released, but it's not like great or anything.
No, it's not that great. It's a cool release. And honestly, the new Giallo set with all the 90s Giallos was interesting. Like, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Like I like Madness. It's decent. The Murder in Blue Light I thought was pretty cool too. But some pretty decent.
I grabbed Office Killer. It's a quirky little movie.
Well, we got cool stuff.
I've seen it before.
This year. We got Demon Warp.
It's like Office Space if it was like a murder thriller, kind of.
I think Demon Warp's probably like the highlight of the regular Vinegar Syndrome so far.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But lots of unique things, man. Like even tonight talking about the Reviver films that were released on there. It's pretty interesting, but definitely some interesting releases from Vinegar Syndrome and the partner labels this year. So not a lot of re-releases that I've noticed. Like Panic is definitely probably the low ball for me this year. Nobody wanted a big release of Panic, so
yeah, that one.
Nobody asked for that. Nobody asked for that. That movie.
That's definitely the fucking shit bomb of the year.
Oh god, it's so boring, man. It's like tediously boring. Fucking insane, man. And then we got some PSA fucking Herschel Gordon Lewis movies and shit.
So oh my god.
The girl, the body, and the pill. I couldn't stop laughing watching this shit. I'm like, Herschel Gordon Lewis did not make this movie. This is insane to me. I know that he's done like nudie cutie film. He's done a whole pile of other stuff besides like his gore films, but this is just bizarre. It's like a really bizarre film. And Intensive Care I thought was a really cool release this year.
Oh yeah, Intensive Care was an awesome release.
Yeah, never really had a release, kind of stuck on VHS, and but pretty cool stuff. But overall, I think the year's pretty solid. I think it'll be interesting to see what everyone's top fives are when we do the show.
Mm-hmm.
So, the partner label releases from this month. So we got from Film Movement, we've got Animal.
What about the regular releases?
I guess
Skipping over those.
I guess we could talk about the regular ones too. My bad. I'm always just more excited for the partner labels. Okay, so we got Mutant, which again is pretty much a re-release. I mean, it's a 4K, right?
I've never seen that before. Is it any good?
Mutant's great.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
cool.
I think it's pretty good. It's definitely had an interesting history with its releases. Remember that one DVD that came out years ago, Tony? You probably got that, and shit was like super fucking dark. I think that was the one that came.
The first one I ever got was the Code Red Blu-ray.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the DVD that was out before that, I think, was like crazy dark, and then the Code Red actually looked pretty good. It was a big improvement, but yeah. So Mutant, and then we got one of the Lucio Fulci presents Escape from Death film. I believe this is like later 80s. Never seen this one. Yeah, 1989. Really looking forward to checking this one out. So
looks kind of cool.
It does actually. Then of course we got Faces of Death from the archive line. I still can't believe it's part of the archive line. It's crazy.
It makes total sense though, right? That's what the archive line is.
Yeah.
Video store stuff. Faces of Death was huge in the video store.
I guess so.
It's actually like one of the more like fitting titles in a while. For that.
Yeah. One. Yeah, I can see that.
Like it feels weird at first, but then when you actually think about it, you're like, oh yeah, totally.
I mean, I guess it is true, right? It was a really big thing in the video store for sure. 100%.
I've actually never seen it.
Really?
Really?
Wow. Well, it's too bad you didn't watch it when you were younger. Because a lot of us thought that shit was completely real.
Yeah.
It was kind of fucked up to watch, man. When you're under the impression that it's real, you're just like, oh my God, it's frightening. And then from Cinematograph.
It's probably gonna look so fake to him at this point.
Well, in 4K too. Imagine it's just crystal clear. Like you can see everything that's wrong with it. Just waiting for that shit. We have Lieberstrom. I don't know what this movie is. I'm sure Tyler knows what it is.
Who's it from?
Cinematograph.
I looked into that one. It's just it's like a half one. I can't remember now, but I looked at this one as a possible one I would pick, but I just kind of decided I wasn't really that into it though. This was honestly kind of a harder month for me.
Right.
I almost did pick this movie though. Let me see, who's this directed by? Because I looked into this. There was someone notable attached to this. It was Mike Figgis. So this is the guy that made that movie Crash that like people hate. The reason I was interested in this is Bill Pullman's in it. It's 91, so that's that era of Bill Pullman. And Kim Novak is in it, who's not in a lot of movies, and that's the woman from Vertigo from 1958. So I was kind of curious to see what Kim Novak would be like in this movie in 1991.
Interesting.
I actually like the cover. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, then from the Vinegar Syndrome Labs line, we've got it's a French release. I'm not going to try and pronounce this, but it's maybe I will. It almost looks like Tenebrae, Tenebrae Française. And it consists of 4 different films. We've got, I'm going to say is in English, The Cousins from 1970. We got Who from 1970. We have The Secret from 1974 and Golden Knight from 1977. And that film has Klaus Kinski in it. It's interesting. So I thought about this one, but I was like,
I'm actually like, it seems like a chore to watch all these for me, but like, I didn't realize they were all from like a long time, like the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting. Like, I wonder what they are. Did anybody buy it?
I looked at this is another one I considered, but ultimately I was like,
I didn't buy either of them.
I saw Parker picked it up. I thought I had it in my cart and I got rid of it. I was
one looks like a war movie or something.
Yeah, I think they're all different types of films. They're a collection of French films, but I think they're different genres. Yeah. So one I did pick up from also with the Vinegar Syndrome Labs line, which is the Eurocrime Rarities Volume 1 line. And I was super stoked for this because it's got Day of the Cobra on it, the Enjo G. Castellari film with Franco Nero and Sybil Danning. That's fucking awesome. So that was like a no-brainer for me. And that movie is from 1980. Then we've got The Rascals Gang, also known as Dirty Gang, from 1977, directed by Stelvio Masse. And then we got The Iron Commissioner, also directed by Stelvio Masse. So if you're into your crime films, that's a pretty cool set. I'm looking.
Those are actually really good deals. $32.99 in each, like for the both the lab titles. Both have 3 films, or what? Does one have 4?
No, the Eurocrime has 3 and the French one has 4.
Yeah, so I mean, $65 for like 7 films.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
I bought both of them.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Then there was, it was part of this month, but not really. I think it's already disappeared from here, but it was Macabre.
It was like in between.
Yeah, it was like in between.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Macabre.
Yeah, so Macabre, it's disappeared from the site. I was here just a little while ago, but it was.
What was it like?
That technically counts as a next month title.
I should have did Macabre.
Is it next month? Shit. Okay. Yeah.
I think it does count towards like a May title.
Okay. But yeah, that's one that is not presently on the website, but that one did get announced.
Yeah, because if you bought that, you unlock everything Flash pre-order. Remember that shit?
Right. Yeah, because I think you got deals.
But don't we already get Macabre in the mail?
No. We got Massacre in the mail.
Okay. Too many M's.
All right.
So the Lamberto Bava 4K of Macabre.
Which I really like Macabre.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Partner label stuff. Film Movement, Animal. Don't know shit about that one. Then we got Dark Star.
Yeah, too bad Dan's not here to watch literally every single one of these.
Everything, yeah.
Could not believe that.
Jesus Christ.
Isn't that crazy? You watch every movie.
Unbelievable.
It's unfucking believable, man. Dark Star, we've got Beware the Boogeyman and Revenge of the Boogeyman. I think these are like newer films, if I'm not mistaken. It's not like the old not UA Bowl. Fuck, I was gonna say UA Bowl. Yeah, these are from like 2000.
I watched one of them.
Yeah, they're 24 and 25. So you did. Which one did you watch? The first one?
I watched Revenge of the Boogeyman. It wasn't good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely skipped that one.
It looks like shit, to be honest.
Like, even that shit sold out the limited cover.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that. It's crazy. Yeah, and then next up we got Magnolia Pictures release of Boarding Gate, which actually completely sold out, which is fucking wild to me.
Yeah, so good thing
Tyler actually sniped me. Tyler sniped me on that one. That was what I was gonna pick.
Yeah, that's fucking.
Oh, yeah, you missed a slipcover on that one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Who,
crazy.
me?
I actually kind of like
Tyler.
I kind of like this
I
one
got
too. I
this
don't really
one
like
cover.
this art. It looks. I'm a little bit more used to it now, but this is kind of an ugly poster. I don't like this.
What, the slipcover one?
No, I like the slip better, but like this original poster art that they have on, or I don't know if it's
No,
original.
that's
but
the artwork I have on my DVD.
I don't really like it.
I like that better than the slipcover, actually.
Like,
but anyways, yeah, that one completely.
It looks
kind
of cool. Has anybody seen it before?
Yeah, I own it. I have it on DVD.
I know the director. I've seen
it's decent. It's got Aja Argento in it. Michael Madsen, I believe, is
Michael Madsen.
Yeah. It's a decent little thriller. It's nothing crazy, but from what I remember, but I remember liking it though. Next up here from Umbrella Entertainment, we got Crosstalk. Never seen this one, and I was super happy that they released this because it was on my Aussie exploitation list of films that I wanted. So I'm like, this is pretty cool. Yeah, this is from 1982. So some Ozploitation there from Umbrella.
I didn't pick this one up, but I kind of wish I did. It looks kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty much all over
Smart House type deal.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
So Umbrella's pretty good with the releases. I had to grab that one though. And then we got 1-2 from 1-2 Special. We got Dracula. I have no idea what the fuck this is.
I don't even
Just
know
another
who
Dracula
1-2
movie.
Special is.
Holy fuck, man. Okay, so this is a Romanian film. It's in English and German from 2025, and it is 170 minutes long.
It's animated. Or no, is it? No.
Nope.
No.
Look at the screenshots on this thing. What the fuck?
Dude, I don't
It's
know.
so vibrant looking and
It's
weird.
technically a 2026 movie. It came out in January for us.
107.
Are you guys looking at the screenshots on this? There's like a fucking CP30 looking guy.
Yeah, I mean, they have I'm just looking at the stills in the trailer here. Tempted to click it, but 170 minutes though, bro. That's insane. A
Big
frustrated
ol'
that.
skip for me.
a frustrated filmmaker turns to AI Chabot to help
Oh, that's
make his
probably why it
latest
looks so
movie a
weird.
hit. Yep. The result is a series
That's
of
why
hilarious
the screenshots look
vignettes
so weird.
exploring the past, present, and future of the Dracula legend. Cinematic. Oh my god, dude. I don't know about that, man. That sounds like it's gonna be a train wreck. But Tyler would be probably down to watch it considering it's like almost 3 hours long. He likes those
Yeah,
movies.
probably.
From Kim Stam, we got Faust.
Faust.
I'm assuming this. Oh, this is from '94. Shit, it's a Czech film from '94. So it's a remake.
Yeah,
of,
I
obviously,
remember
of Faust.
that popping up when we were doing 94. I never got to it.
Fuck, I must have overlooked this one. I didn't realize it was from the '90s. But it's the remake of Faust. Interesting. Czech remake. That could be pretty interesting. From IFC Films, we have Haller. This is a newer film too, right? Yeah, 2021. In a forgotten pocket of southern Ohio. All right.
Some kind of drama. I think
Art
I've heard
Label.
good things about
Yeah,
it.
I think it's a drama too. Yeah. From Art Label, we have Holy Trinity. Art Label is putting out some really weird shit, man. So this is from 2019.
They got a sweet Ghana painted slipcover.
Yeah, man.
I got a couple of those on my wall behind me.
I wonder, you know what I really wish that they did, like in the descriptions, that they gave you the genre that it was, so you didn't have to read the whole synopsis on it. But yeah, this one looks really bizarre.
They lie about their genres half
Yeah,
the
they're
time.
pretty. I was
anyways.
to say they're kind of ambiguous.
Don't
They're
ever
kind of
listen to their fucking genres.
a little ambiguous.
Yeah, it can't be any more funky than 88 film slasher, their classic slasher line or whatever. Some of the films that are in that line are ridiculous, not slashers. Bleeding
That
Skull.
fucking the Bloodline movie that we watched, didn't they label that a fucking giallo?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Bleeding Skull, we have House of Dreams from 1963. This movie looks crazy, man. And
Yeah, it looks
avant-garde horror from director Robert Barry. The story follows Lee, a frustrated author who is plagued by reoccurring dreams centered around a haunted house. Shot on gritty 16mm film stock in Indiana and never legitimately distributed. That's fucking sweet.
Yeah, I was so bummed I didn't get the damn slipcover on that one. It's because Moodz.
I didn't get the fucking slipcover either because of me.
Because you take so long to pick.
Because I'm
damn it,
fucking working, bro.
Take a break.
This actually the second time this has happened to me where the announcements have come out and I've been working, and by the time I went and picked up a Bleeding Skull title, I didn't get slipped.
And it actually annoys me more with Bleeding Skull than anyone else because I love the way they look on the shelf because they're like all colorful and shit.
Yeah, they are cool. Yeah, but that one looks really cool.
I'm missing
man.
one.
I was really close to doing that.
I'm probably missing a bunch.
So, I've seen films. I Sell the Dead. I'm sure everyone here has seen this one.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I've never seen it actually.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. I thought it was actually okay. It's decent. It's got Ron Perlman, Larry Fessenden's in it. It's pretty fun. From Connie, we've got The Illegal Immigrant. From 1985. Yeah. Don't know anything about that one. And then we got Factory 25 Micro Budget. What the fuck?
Big old skip on that.
2025. What the fuck is this? Oh, is it a comedy? I love the starring. It has like 45 people listed in this. I don't know any of them.
See, some of the fucking like modern releases that come out here, I like have no interest.
No, and there's a lot of these new sister label or partner label companies are doing this, man. Deck Analog with Motel Drive. This is also from 2024. Interesting. Filmed over a 7-year period, Motel Drive is a stunning indictment on America's never-ending housing crisis, substance abuse, and the real-world struggles of one family as they strive for the most basic needs, a stable life.
I'm sure it's probably
sounds great.
Sounds wonderful. I'm into
sounds like an entertaining, rip-roaring, great time.
I can't see Tony right now, but the sarcasm level in his voice is too much for me to handle right now. From Film Movement, Paying for It. This one I think is another 2024. It looks.
How did you say it like that?
What's that?
Paying for it.
Paying for it.
Paying for it.
When you say it fast, it sounds like you're saying paying for it. Yes, paying for it. Okay, I'll pronounce every goddamn syllable there. Mexicans who can't fucking spell anything.
That's what you did the first time.
What? When you say it fast, it sounds like paying for it. It sounds like pain, like the word pain.
Is what it is. It's paying for it.
It's paying for it. Like you're paying for your.
I know.
Goods.
Yeah,
it's not pain.
Paying.
I'm talking
That's
about
what you're
pain.
saying.
Like paying for it.
That's what I said. I'm saying because when you say it fast, it sounds like you're saying the word pain. Pain. You fucking dick.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like pain.
No, it doesn't. Paying for it. Another one from 2024. It looks directed by Suk Yin Lee. So this is an Asian film.
Yep.
Chester, a cartoonist, and Sunny, a TV host, are a long-term committed romantic couple. Next. Not happening. ETR Media, we have a documentary on Sabu. No thanks.
Isn't this the company that just releases like fucking YouTube videos on disc?
Pretty much.
I think so.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's probably what that is.
Yeah.
It's a good scam.
Yeah, they put out every month they have a couple releases, man. It's ridiculous. But they seem to sell. People are buying these things. It's crazy. From Saturn's
They put out that Bret Hart documentary.
Oh, did they? Shit.
I think so.
Saturn's Core, we got Savage Vows. I believe this is from like 1995. Yeah, Mark Polonia film. Well, he's actually in the film. I didn't direct this one. Bob Dennis did. I've seen this one before.
Have you seen it?
I have actually seen it. I have the DVD of it. I can't remember.
The stills look like some of the worst quality shit.
Yeah, I can't remember.
It's got to be like some rough looking stuff. I can't wait. It almost looks like you can't even see what's going on. I'm like, damn, this shit's remastered. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty. And in 94 to boot, right? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Because like by that time, shot on video film, most of it looked decent. It looked better than 1986. But Memory, we got Serious People. What the fuck is this? 2025.
It's Serious People.
It's another foreign film. I wish they would fucking tell you fucking countries putting this shit out. It drives me nuts. It's directed by Pascal Gutierrez, so something Spanish, I guess, along those lines. But so Serious People is a fresh and authentic comedy that explores what it means to be a director and a parent. Nope. Dark Sky.
Something that we all can relate to.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
Dark Sky. She Loved Blossoms More.
Ooh.
From 2024. Starring Panos Pandanopoulos.
Actually, that one sounds kind of interesting. Three brothers build a time machine to bring back their long dead mother in this comedic yet deeply disturbing exploration of grief. I like time shit.
Yeah, I do too, actually. That could be okay. From ETR, we got Slopes Game Room Arcade Classics, The Complete History Volume 1.
Yeah, that's like literally like 10 YouTube videos.
Yeah, probably.
Like this guy's
And that's
YouTube channel.
ETR
Literally
I'm not
twice
even
this
kidding.
month.
It looks like it too, man. From Several Futures. What sister label is this? Okay. Small, slow, but steady. Several Futures? What the fuck?
There's a new partner label every single month.
I swear. This is also a newer film from 2022. It's from Show Mikaki. No, I did not say Bukkake. It was close.
Are you sure?
It was
Did you say show me cocky?
No.
Show my cocky.
Show me cocky, but I didn't say Bukkake. But what was worse? What was worse?
Oh my god.
Me
fucking dude. My fucking cat is such a menace. Did you see that shit? Look at it.
Dude, that is fucking.
He's putting his tail over my fucking camera.
Dude, there's no way this is this guy's real name. It's literally Show Me My Cocky.
Show my cocky.
It's Show My Cocky.
Oh god.
Dude, I can't. Oh my god, I can't anymore. Oh fuck.
Okay, we lost
Little
JP.
bastard.
There's no fucking way.
He went to Show Me Cocky.
It's literally Show Me Cocky. Like it's fucking hilarious.
Cocky.
Wow. And like the way I thought of it right when I said it was like it sounded like I said Bukkake.
Oh, that's why.
Man, that is funny as hell. So there's another new film from Show Me Cocky.
Show Me Cocky.
The best name ever. I literally have tears in my eyes. Oh my god. So Kiko is a semi-professional boxer. Okay. I thought he was something else there for a minute. Who has been deaf since childhood. Her biggest supporter is the owner of the struggling Tokyo gym. But due to the pandemic and his advanced age, her greatest refuge is under threat of closure. Yeah, after all that laughter, it doesn't sound like my cup of tea. But anyways, from Shudder, we've got The Spine of Night. I did not grab this 4K. This is actually a 4K release from Shudder. I do have
That's an anime, right?
Yeah. I really like this. I thought it was really good. I do have the Blu-ray for this, so I'm not gonna upgrade. I don't need to upgrade this, but Tony, did you watch this one? Spine of Night?
Yeah, that was the rotoscoped one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a sweet movie.
It is fucking totally sweet, man. Wish more people had checked it out. It was pretty cool. From CIP, Canadian International Pictures, we've got Star Wars Kid, The Rise of the Digital Shadows. What in the living fuck is this?
You don't remember the Star Wars Kid?
Is it a documentary?
Yeah, it's about the YouTube.
I think so.
Kid.
Oh, that's so weird. They're releasing documentaries now. Crazy.
Right.
Yeah, no, I know what the Star Wars Kid is.
It's got to be a real one.
Yeah, that's crazy. They made a whole documentary about the Star Wars Kid. That's wild. Crazy. Okay. Brainstorm Media, American Sweatshop. Oh my god, dude, I'm still fucking crying about that. Show Me Cocky.
Still crying about your cocky, me cocky.
So good, man. American Sweatshop, another new film. This is from 2025. It says a content moderator is tasked to purging offensive media from. Oh yeah, this movie, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
stars the one girl from Forbidden Fruits.
yeah, no, I recognize this one. Why do I know this? Yeah, so offensive media from the internet. When she has witnessed a crime in the video, she is lured away from the safety of her keyboard as she obsessively seeks to hold someone accountable, right? So I mean, this is a very relevant type of idea for a film for sure. Doesn't actually sound that bad. I mean, just depends, I guess, on what you're getting quality wise. But from ETR Media again.
The third fucking time.
This is what I'm saying. Every fucking month, it's like 3-4 releases because they just put this shit together. Like they're stealing all of our videos and putting the shit out. That's what they're doing.
Geniuses, honestly.
Yeah, Art Spiegelman, Disaster of My Muse. Next, Connie, Carnival in the Night. This one actually sounded kind of cool, man. I almost picked this one up from 1981. It's got a long synopsis, but I was reading it. It actually sounded kind of cool. It's like Carnival in the Night also prefigures Japanese punk cinema classics as, yeah. So, I mean, we're talking about like Bullet Ballet, shit like that. Yeah, looks kind of cool, actually. Do you know anything about that one, Tyler?
I kind of looked into it, but yeah, I didn't know much about it. There wasn't like a lot, like It's something maybe I considered also, but it just like it wasn't something that I felt like I had to jump on or like really called out to me.
Hmm. It's interesting because I almost picked it up, but I eventually just passed on it. And then last up here, we've got, I think this is from last one, but Muscle Castration Movie Anthology. Traps. What the Castration Movie Anthology? Oh, one Traps. Maybe that's a one. 2024. Man, so much modern stuff.
Yo.
In chapter I. Oh, it's actually an I. In chapter I. Okay. In still Superman. Anyways, I don't really know. Honestly, like going through the partner label stuff from this month actually wasn't really the greatest overall. I think that's probably why I only picked up really like a couple of them. It was kind of a slower month for me, which is not really a bad thing. Probably leading into tomorrow is going to be a little bit more, I guess, but I don't know. Not too bad. But ETR needs to.
Yeah, it was rough making picks.
This was like one of the worst months for partner label, honestly.
Yeah, I think so actually. Yeah, like I mean, I only picked up a couple. It's crazy, and there was a lot of partner labels that didn't.
Usually, there's like
either.
at least one every month where it's like, all right, it's definitely this movie,
right,
or like one release will pick it, but there just really wasn't one like that for me this month.
No, I only picked up like the Bleeding Skull title, Saturn's Core. It's like just a couple. Kind of crazy.
The Umbrella
one. So I think it was like 3 titles. So
yeah, I think those are the only ones I got too.
Yeah, so there was no VHS Shitfest. I think there was a few other labels that weren't represented this month because ETR was like, no, we're gonna put out fucking 12 releases this month so nobody else can get in on the action. So what a bunch of fucking hoarders, man. Crazy. But yeah,
I they have the most out of all of them.
Yeah, if you go to the like the actual page on the website, yeah, they have a ton. It's so many, dude. It's crazy. But they must obviously be selling to be putting out that many. It's kind of wild. So, but yeah. So that's it for the partner label stuff. And then your syndrome things. Not the greatest month overall, for sure, but there was definitely some good releases. I'm really looking forward to that Eurocrime Rarities, man. Digging into that shit, so can't wait.
Yeah, I might circle back and buy that.
Yeah, I was so stoked, man. The Angelo Z. Castellari film with Franco Nero. I was like, finally, fucking right. So, but yeah. Mm-hmm. What else y'all fools got?
None.
Yeah.
Well, that's the releases.
Go sports.
For this month, nobody wants to.
Oh yeah, the 420 sale happened too. I bought a stash jar for all the weed smokers out there.
Right.
Oh yeah. How's that working out for you?
Haven't gotten it yet.
Darn.
Yeah, I never go over like the like not the swag, but like the merch and shit. There's always like I never know what's new when it comes to the shirts and hats and pins and hoodies and shit. I never know what the fuck's going on.
Same. I don't even really look, to be honest.
I glance through it every once in a while, but most of the merch shit that I've got, I think I've got it because of points and free shit. Really, like my hats.
I just use my points on goddamn discounts.
Yeah, I just use
me discounts. Too.
Well, that's what it was. I just kind of threw it in there. So, but yeah. Anyways, do you guys want to get into the reviews then?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I predetermined the order when we were pre-gaming, and it goes down like this. First up, we got the Shiner, then me, the Snorer, the Mexicant, and Sasado.
All right.
That is the order. So, with that said, Tony, what do you got for us?
All right. I will be talking about 1991's Intensive Care, which is a VSL, and it is directed by Dorna X Van Ruveroy. And it is pretty cool name. And it turns out that this movie is actually the first and last horror movie directed by a woman. like in the Netherlands, which is really
I think
weird.
it's also labeled as like the
But
first Netherlands slasher or something. I don't
yeah,
know
I
if
think
it's
it
true or
is.
not.
I'm not sure if it's the only one or not. But she kind of like expounds upon that in like the interview and the special features, and I'll like talk about that more. But the first thing I'll say is like talking about like the controversy of why this is a VSL and not like a VS proper release. And I kind of have a theory about that because
The
you watched
VSL
this.
confuses me. I don't know what that label is. Like, is it just a whatever label?
Yeah.
It really is a whatever label, like things that they have that they just really have no idea where to put.
Okay.
And that's why I was kind of confused about last Tango in Paris last year. I don't know why that couldn't just been a VSL and they put that like on Distrib picks or some shit.
Yeah, district picks.
But this movie, I have a theory on why. Like there's a little disclaimer at the beginning that says that Vinegar Syndrome really only had a hand in restoring the picture portion of this movie and that the director herself like she brought the soundtrack and like some digitized like beginning and end credits, which are like absolutely fucking horrible. Like especially the end credits are like super like skippy and jittery. So I feel like because it's more of like a co-produced release, like that's probably why they put it on VSL instead of Vinegar Syndrome because they didn't have like complete control over it or something. Because otherwise, like this is just a straight up Vinegar Syndrome movie, like through and through. But
That's a good
the
theory.
re yeah, like
I could see that being why.
also and also like I'm just jumping ahead here. Like the music that she provided for the movie is like just like licensed tracks that she got from like different libraries, like I saw in the credits. And I didn't go and check like the old like VHS version and see if it had a completely different soundtrack or not. I wish I would have, like in hindsight. But yeah, that's why I think this is a VSL, not a regular VS. But so the reason why I picked this movie is because it stars my boy George Kennedy, who we literally just watched and reviewed in Demon Warp. The movie opens with him. He's a surgeon and he's performing on a patient. He seems to be like losing his mind. And he's about to go in for a slice and like one of his like colleagues are like, you can't do that, you're about to hit his artery, you're supposed to like slice the bile duct. And he's like, what do you mean, like, and he's like this artery or this one. And he like literally like
He just starts
stabs the
stabbing the
patient.
shit out of the patient. Dude, that is actually funny
Yeah,
as
he's like,
fuck. I was like, that's
it's
like a
fucking
great
crazy.
opening to a movie.
And he's like, if you want to do it yourself. And he like takes his gloves off and shit, and he walks away as like the patient's literally spraying blood in the people's faces. It's really fucked up.
It's just dead.
But yeah, after that, he's walking down the aisleway, and the director of the hospital brings him into his office and congratulates him that he was approved for a grant to do some like crazy like human experiments. And then he said that the actual board of directors denied the request, so he's actually not getting any grants because his his experiments are too dangerous. And for a while, you don't even know what the hell he's doing. Like all George Kennedy keeps saying is that it is an advancement in medical science.
It's like lobotomies, right? Isn't that what it
Yeah.
was?
Yeah, as you find out later on that he is like doing crazy like brain tests on coma patients where he thinks that if you take one brain and transplant it with another from two coma patients that they will essentially wake each other up,
That's pretty
which
crackpot.
is it's pretty crackpot and interesting. So he's pissed off because he's like, you don't know jack shit about what I do. You used to not even give a fuck and used to be all about science. So he tells him to get the fuck out of his office, and then he storms off and drives away. So in this next scene, he's just driving down the road and he's wearing the most ridiculous hat you'll ever see in your life for good reason. And he gets in like a little road rage spat with another driver who overtakes him and like brake checks him. So when he tries to overtake the guy, little does he know that there's a giant gas truck coming in head first. So they completely smash into each other. And it's a pretty awesome like shot like action scene because when they hit each other, there's three explosions that happens. First his car explodes, then the truck's like cab explodes, and then the actual gas tank explodes after that. But there's an actual reason why they made George Kennedy wear a stupid hat during this scene is because the dummy that they put in this car was literally like a crash test dummy that they put the same exact hat on. So you'll probably just be distracted by that, not the fact that it's just the dummy in there. But somehow, in some way, George Kennedy does not fucking die. Doing like a head-on crash, going like 70 miles an hour and then exploding. But he gets put in a coma, and then we fast forward 7 years later. All right, so we jump cut 7 years later, and we're in the coma ward, and there's like two orderlies going around making fun of like coma patients and shit, and they're just putting like clown masks on them as they're going by. And this is kind of like a Burning S scene where our main guy, his name is Peter, he kind of is our main character in the movie. We find out he's like giving like the other guy like kind of like the tour and like the ropes of the whole thing, and then when they come across George Kennedy, who's been in a coma for 7 years, and he's like, man, this guy's burnt to a fucking crisp. What happened to him? And then Peter's just like, oh, he's just some fucking crackpot doctor that people still talk about. And then he put a clown mask on him and he calls him a stupid moron. Said he's nothing but a stupid moron. And then they leave. And that wakes George Kennedy up. Because how fucking dare you call him a moron after 7 years? But they go out and Peter leaves to go home, and after he leaves, a nurse goes over to check on George Kennedy, and he wakes up and snaps her neck. And he wakes up, leaves, and basically follows Peter back to his house, who leaves in a car. George Kennedy leaves on foot and tracks him perfectly to his house, which we don't know. It could be like 20 minutes away. But this is like a weirdly like set movie because after this hospital scene, it really only takes place on this like small little almost like cul-de-sac block of like three different mansions. One mansion has Peter, our orderly, and his parents. The next door has his girlfriend, who or actually his ex-girlfriend Amy, her little brother and her parents. And then in the other house is another teenager called Ted, who is now dating Amy and has his parents as well. It's kind of convoluted. It's like a weird fucked up like version of like Melrose Place or something. But once he gets there, you find out that Peter and Amy's parents are going to a New Year's Eve party. So yeah, this is also a New Year's Eve movie to throw in your rotation.
All right. I had another one.
Yeah, we need a lot more New Year's Eve movies. But yeah, there's just like your typical teen drama because Peter wants Amy back and she's with Ted. And Ted is like a probably like a 40-year-old man playing like a greaser teenager. And he just looks like a giant pussy. And her little brother Bobby, these are all pretty much like dubbed for the most part because obviously this is a Dutch movie. And I think like the person that plays Bobby's voice is like a 40-year-old woman, which is almost like par for the course for these movies. Like if you think about like Bob from like all the Italian movies and shit being played by like an old lady. But where am I at here? Okay, so George Kennedy follows them back and Ted has to go back to his house to get Tupperware to bring back to another one of the parents or some shit. It's really stupid. It's just a way to get him out of the house. It's like go collect the fucking Tupperware from the house and bring it back here. So he leaves, goes back, and his parents, they don't go to the party. They're just at the house. And the dad is in the bathroom and he gets killed by George Kennedy. And it's at this point you get your first glimpse of what 7 years later, burnt to a crisp, exploded George Kennedy looks like. And It is not George Kennedy. We only got to see him in the first like 10 minutes of the movie, and now it's just like a skinny guy who looks more like Steve Martin than George Kennedy, slicing him and kills him in an off-screen way. And then from there, I'm just
It's
going to pretty
Scream
much.
7 all over again, man.
7.
What do you mean?
The discrepancies in the fucking who's doing the body size of the killer.
Oh,
I kind of
Scream
forgive
7.
it,
No,
just because like if he's laying in a bed for 7 years, he's probably going to become like emaciated or something.
I mean, you would think so, but yeah, I don't know. But it does. I guess if you look in terms like that, I mean, fuck, it was like half the man. He probably lost like 80% of his fucking body mass there. But
he probably like lost like a foot of height too, because George Kennedy's a tall ass dude.
Yeah, it's clearly not him doing the killings. You know what I mean? Like, actually in the costume, but it's totally forgivable.
He got it burnt off. He lost a foot in the fire.
It makes me laugh because he's definitely shorter and way skinnier. That's funny to me, man. It's so
I know it sucks too, because it's like the George Kennedy fan in you just wants to like be like, yeah, that's George Kennedy doing the killings, because it is.
It would have been fucking
mean?
awesome if he put the overall or he put the costume on and everything and actually was doing it himself. That would have been hilarious because he's not young.
You know what would have made this even better? Because throughout this movie, like after the coma and he wakes up, he doesn't speak a single word after that. All he does is growl like a fucking lion. Like he literally just growls like except for in the 45-minute mark when you find out that he's only awake because the doctor that denied him his grant actually did his experiment on him to wake him up. He leaves like the most epic Howie scream, the fucking like all real monsters like
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, that right there will instantly elevate a movie like almost an entire star rating for me. I love that shit so much.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, so the fact that he growls, the one thing that would have made this movie so much better is if they made him like a Freddy Krueger-esque like wisecracking killer. And they made George Kennedy just do the voice, but the guy did the actual acting. That would have been fucking amazing.
Yeah, the Toxic Avenger remake right there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, basically that's the gist of it. Like you have George Kennedy, the crazy doctor, literally tracking Peter to his house because he called him a stupid asshole or some shit like that, stupid idiot. And he just goes off and he kills the parents, he kills adults, there's cops that show up, they die too, and it's just a very, very, very basic slasher movie. But for me, like, I really enjoyed that because takes place under one night. It's in an isolated location. It's really short. It's only a 76-minute long movie. And it's got a pretty decent body count. There's like 8 deaths and they're actually pretty spaced apart good. So you get like one like every 10 minutes. It's pretty nice. And a lot of people I saw online were complaining about like off-screen kills and shit, and there's really only like 3 that I counted. There's both of Ted and the pussy's parents. They're killed off-screen, and I count the truck driver at the beginning because there's no way he survived. Only George Kennedy can survive a wreck like that. But besides that, like every other kill is completely on screen, and they're decent. It's like it's not a fucking gore fest, but you'll get like a slit throat. You got the neck snap. A cop gets his eye gouged out. That's probably like one of the goriest kills in the movie. But the highlight of the movie, honestly, is the way that they dispatch the killer at the end. It is like one of the most gloriously hilarious fucking things I've seen since maybe like Iced, and like the preposterous like plausibility of what happens. It involves like a firework in an explosion.
Dude, this is so fucking funny. So I just randomly Googled intensive care 1991 kill count, and the AI overview says kill count. The film features approximately 130 deaths. Like that's a little fucking off.
A little excessive.
Maybe he killed literally everybody at the hospital before he went to like go hunt Peter down or something.
So fucking
He
stupid.
just walked by like room after room and just like stabbed every patient in the bed.
Dude, that's so funny. Yeah, it's a little off. Yeah, there's probably like 8 or 9 deaths in the scene or in the film, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, decent kill count. The killer looked pretty cool. He was just basically dressed in scrubs and he looked a lot like Steve Martin, I swear to God. It's like Steve Martin with like third degree burns all over his body. But yeah, there's like some cheesy shit too that I enjoy about movies that this movie features. Like one was the Howie scream, which I already mentioned. There's multiple dummy deaths in this movie, which is also a plus. But then one of my all-time favorite horror tropes is like the projectile cat jump scare, and you got one of those in this movie too, where it's like so obviously
Yeah,
like
they just
thrown
throw
into
the
the
cat.
frame, where it's
Yeah.
like yeah,
It's like
it's
we
on
like break
defense
stuff
mode.
landing on their feet. It's like ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, every single time. I love it. But the restoration looks pretty good. Like it's kind of jarring at first because when you're watching, you notice that there's like two very distinct types of film stock used. But if you can look past that, like it's restored really good. I thought the music choices, like whatever library license crap that she picked, I thought they were good and they like suited the movie well. I do want to see what the original soundtrack actually was.
Oh, is that like live?
Um,
Is that like just added in? That's okay. So there's library shit that they use in there.
You missed the whole part. Were you here? I don't know. He said that you might have stepped away. He was saying that like his theory of why it's a VSL and not like a vinegar syndrome proper or something like that is because they put a statement at the beginning of the film where they basically say they did the video restoration and stuff, but the director brought her own sounds.
Oh, and that's what they were referring to, like the
Jesus, I
fucking
was
like the score and
sneezing.
shit like that.
yeah, the score was brought by the director, and she also did the digitized like beginning and end credits.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah, I must have missed the. It doesn't actually say score in that opening.
No, it doesn't. That's why I was like originally like kind of like sussing it out. So then I
Oh,
Well,
checked it
okay.
at the end
that's
of
the
the
thing
credits, and
that's
it was like,
Right.
that's the thing that's kind of weird about it because it does feel like the sound
Hmm.
feels 90s.
Yeah.
So if it
yeah,
was like
like even though like these weren't made for the movie, like they did a good job. Like it fits the atmosphere and the mood of the movie, I thought.
Right.
But it does feel pretty generic and almost like royalty free sometimes.
I mean, you could always go back and just find, standard catalog music and shit from that era just to kind of throw it in there and make it authentic. So she must have did that. I mean, it's not like they were finding newer stuff that sounded old or whatever, but I mean, there's catalog shit that you can find from back in the day for very easily.
hmm
That's interesting though. So you were suggesting that in the original VHS release there was obviously copyrighted music that she had used that couldn't port over to this release. Is
maybe.
that
I'm not sure about that because I was gonna go back and try and find like a VHS rip somewhere, so just so I can like compare the music because I had
um,
never seen the movie before. This is a first time watch.
okay? So it's interesting because the first time I watched it was for the 91 show. I don't remember the music at all, but I wonder if it is different. I never really even kind of correlated that together, but I could see if it was not able to, because sometimes that happens in movies, right? You can't get the rights to the music of the soundtrack to re-release it and stuff like that. So that could have been the case, and that's why they had to go in and put some catalog shit, which would make a lot of sense because then it's royalty free. You don't have to do anything with that. But that's fuck.
hmm
That's really interesting. I'd love to actually compare it now. I'm always fascinated by the music rights and shit. But that's still cool because sometimes films don't get released because they want to put the original stuff in there. So it just sits on a shelf and like nobody will touch it because they can't get the rights or they can't find who has them or whatever. And but
hmm
she's just like, fuck it. If I can't clear this shit, get the copyrights to whatever, just put some other shit to it.
Right.
Man, that's cool.
And who cares? Nobody's seen this movie. It's not like they're gonna be like, that's not the right soundtrack. Like
Exactly.
I wouldn't have even known. And if I didn't say anything, nobody else would have known either, you know?
Right.
But yeah, I thought it suited the movie fine. Like obviously it's not like a highlight of the movie, it's just music. They're like there's not even like an iconic theme. It's just literally like orchestral like
Mhm.
licensed tracks.
Yeah, it's just straight.
And it's
piano
all,
shit.
and I feel like it's crap that you've heard before. It's like almost like generic sounding.
Yeah.
Like it's like trailer music playing over the entire movie, but it works. I really liked the way it was lit. It kind of reminded me of the Majorettes from Bill Heinzman. Like a lot of like the night scenes are like super like backlit, so it gives it like a weird look. And but it also looks completely fake and artificial. So if that's not your thing, you're probably gonna really hate the way this movie looks. Like there's nothing natural about the lighting in this movie at all. There's a lot of crap I liked in this movie, like in terms of like old merchandise. Like they just loaded the fuck out of this movie with old like Coke and like all different kinds of old wrappers and different stuff like that. It was so much fun to look inside their cabinets and shit. And the little boy Bobby, he had such a cool little room. Like he had this cool synthesizer that he played, and he had like a Shit Happens poster, a Nightmare on Elm Street 4 poster, a Jaws poster, and he had like a Scruff McGruff like light statue on his desk. I thought was really fucking
Mhm.
cool and random as fuck. It's like, what the hell's a Dutch person doing with Scruff McGruff?
Does Moods know what Scruff McGruff is?
No, I actually don't.
They probably didn't have it in Canada.
He's like basically he's like a cartoon dog that was like you call this hotline to take a bite out of crime. It's like a way to like reach out to kids to like call out crime in like your cities and shit. And they had like ads throughout like the 90s and whatnot, or in the 80s too, of course, because it's in this movie. But yeah, for
Scruff
some
McGruff,
reason,
the crime dog. Take a
yeah,
bite out of crime.
yeah, he had a Scruff McGruff light
Man,
statue thing
I
on his
remember
desk.
I
This
remember
kid,
when I was a kid,
I don't
bro.
remember.
The police would come in to our classroom in elementary school with a fucking Scruff McGruff stuffed animal
Yeah.
puppet thing and like talk to us about crime and drugs and fucking needles and shit like that.
That must have been an
You know what I
American
mean?
thing for sure.
I remember, yeah,
it's
the
like, how can we
McGruff
talk to
ads
kids
would be
about
on
fucking
TV
dirty
all the
needles?
time. Yeah.
Did you guys have Dare as well?
Dare?
Mhm.
Yeah. I had
Yeah, Dare.
No.
Oh yeah, well, I didn't even think about that. Well, the movie actually takes place in Washington. They don't like explicitly say it, but the cars have Washington license plates on them, even though it's totally a Dutch movie. But going back to the synthesizer that the kid has, like the kid, his sister, and the Peter, they all play music, and there's like a weird little scene in the middle of the movie where they're all playing like a smooth jazz song
Hmm.
for like 5 minutes long. And it's the most out of place shit you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, you're
But
right.
one of the funniest scenes in this entire fucking movie is Bobby, the little boy, is upstairs in his room playing the synthesizer. And you see George Kennedy start creeping into the house because he hears the synthesizer and he starts going upstairs. Well, they changed the cut to like his sister or somebody in a different house or in a different room. And then they cut back to the house that they were just at. And George Kennedy is
Fucking
literally in
playing the
Bobby's
keys.
room playing the synthesizer himself, like on
Yeah.
ding doon. Like he was like attracted to the music. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Like, did they think that just having a killer play a fucking synthesizer like a fucking retard was like gonna be the scariest thing on the planet?
Yes.
Dude, I literally laughed
It
out loud at
was.
that part again.
It
I think that was
was.
my tour review. It was like Killer Keys, man. It's so fucking
But yeah,
awkward.
just
He
that.
just, like, steps
That's
up.
a
He's just playing the fucking keys. Are like, what's going on?
yeah, I'm not stalking this kid. Yeah, I'm just gonna play the fucking synthesizer for a little bit.
I
Fuck
know.
it. Take a little break.
It might be the only movie where I've ever seen a stalker fucking slasher killer just stop to play a synthesizer in the middle of a film.
He's probably the biggest like ADHD like riddled killer like in slasher
shit.
history.
No
Because
shit.
there's a scene later on in the movie where he's like in the middle of killing a person and he stops because he sees that there's an interview with him on TV. So he's like, fuck this guy. I'm gonna stop mid-kill and just watch myself on TV. And that's when he screams the Howie scream. Yeah, like he just like changes
Yeah.
his mind like 1,500 times throughout this movie.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, he does. I mean, he has a brain injury, right? So I guess it kind of makes sense a little bit.
And like it's Also stupid. Like, if you get a brain transplant from somebody else, like, how the hell do you share your old memories or you have your old memories?
Yeah, I
You
thought the same
don't.
thing actually. It's
Talent.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Unless you're George Kennedy and he's the only person.
I mean, yeah, I guess if you have the transplant, it doesn't really have a brain injury anymore. I don't know. It's just it's silly. It's ridiculous.
Science.
Yep. Science
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
science
a
right
very
there.
silly, it's a very silly slasher movie. And yeah, go into watching it knowing that it's about the silliest shit you'll ever see. Like it's so after like the classic slasher boom, it almost feels like a spoof on how silly it is.
Yeah, part of the charm in the
But
film
me
for
being the
myself.
slasher guy, I loved it.
Yeah, part of the charm for myself, man, is the fact that you're right. Like it's a Dutch film, but the dub is hilarious. It's
It
funny, but
is.
everyone's speaking English in it. It's just they did the ADR after, and like just the way they dubbed it, it's just like that so obvious sounding dub. But I don't know, man. Some of the voices used in it I'm not sure if everyone did their own voices or not.
How do you know everybody's speaking English?
You can just tell by the mouth.
That's
But
bullshit.
dude,
Well,
everybody's
they are actually,
what do you
and
mean?
like I'll get
Dude,
into
what do you mean
that
that's
too
fucking
later in the
bullshit?
How
It's
can
special
you tell
feature.
by the mouth?
because you can't look at someone when they're speaking and make out what they're saying.
No,
No.
Well, I can.
That's
I'm s-
insane.
I'm simple.
Yeah,
Most people
I
can't
could
do
easily
that.
call that
What
out.
are you talking about? You can do that too, Tony?
Yeah, I can read lips.
Dude,
All
Yeah.
right,
it's fu-
I'm a talk while muted. You tell me what the fuck I said.
dude,
Well,
I'm
Oh
saying
like we
well,
can't do
oh
that.
well, oh
no, no,
When
no,
you
well.
no,
put the dub over the when you put the dubs over the lips,
dude, when
Yeah,
you're
but they're not
obviously I
watching,
even
can like
saying the
match
same
the mouth
exact
with the
lines that's
words.
yeah,
subtitled. I
but you
feel.
don't read the subtitle, just fucking listen
No,
to
I'm
the
saying
audio.
like when they're saying stuff, like I feel like they're not even saying the exact shit that they're saying.
Well, I mean,
Like the
I mean,
dub is slightly
I'm just
different
telling,
than
I'm
what they
telling
were
you, if you're
saying.
watching like a Japanese film dubbed, and you can tell that the Japanese actor is speaking
Yeah,
Japanese,
well,
right? You
those
could
are
just tell.
easy.
I'm just saying, but if you're watching a film like this, I mean, fuck, dude, the whole fucking family's Dutch. Everyone speaks English there, man. Like nobody speaks straight fucking Dutch, um, but it's I don't know. This one's pretty obvious that you can tell that
Yeah,
they're speaking.
regardless, like this movie, they do speak English and it's the actual actors like doing their own voices.
Yeah,
Like I'll go and skip ahead to like the interview because she was talking about that how pretty much like every Dutch person like speaks fluent English
there you
because
go, there you go,
they
fucking
didn't
JP.
they didn't have they don't have like their own like film industry, so they pretty much like imported a lot of their they imported almost all their shit from the United States and
United
almost none of
States.
it was subtitled. So they all grew up like knowing English. And another
Yeah,
thing that's really interesting about that fact is that when you listen to like Dutch people actually speak English, like their actual accents are like swayed more American than actual British because of like all the movies and all
That's
that
kind of
crap that they
interesting.
ingested growing up.
it honestly
That's kind
okay.
of interesting. I did
Well,
not. That's wild, actually.
it's interesting that you say that because I have a different perspective because Erin's family, like they're all straight from the Netherlands. And like I got to know her grandma and grandpa quite well, and they were born and raised there. And so when they came over to this country, they still spoke like they stepped off the boat yesterday, and they came over like 40 fucking 50 years ago, kind of thing, right? To me, they sounded like a combination of like that old English, kind of colony shit, mixed with a little bit of American though. It's interesting. Like their accent isn't like a typical like European kind of accent or whatever it was. But
Theirs is probably even crazier because they didn't really like have that pulp culture like boom.
but
You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah,
I
they
got a
would have
lot
80s and
more
probably
shit like
learned
that.
English back when
I got a lot more
there wasn't
English.
like pop culture stuff
I got a lot more
influencing
English
it.
accent out of them because they grew up very, very religious and they probably didn't have a lot of access to like Americanized films and stuff. They didn't grow up with that type of stuff. Right. So they grew up very, very Dutch. And and obviously learned English through that way. But yeah, I mean, it's just a totally different kind of perspective. But yeah, I can see where you're coming from for sure.
But yeah, I mean I'll pretty much end my review at that point. Like I think it's a really fun slasher. I understand why people would hate it. an acquired taste, and I would
I don't
only
think I don't
recommend it to
understand why
like
anybody would hate it. It
completists.
likes fucking movies like horror. You know what I mean? Because it's like fucking. I mean, I don't know. Like for me, I feel like slashers are just so universal and stuff that it's like everybody who likes horror likes slashers at least a bit, and it's like
I don't think
it's
so. I think
brisk.
people hate on slashers.
Well,
I
they're
heard
Like
that.
you
fake
and me,
horror.
I think we're
They're fake
swayed.
horror fans then.
Yeah, we just love slasher movies, so it's like, what's there to hate? You
Like,
know
because
what I
Steven
mean?
Tyler, who's not like a big slasher fan, still likes fucking slashers.
Yeah. Like
And
I
I think
think one thing like you got I guess with people hating on slashers, one thing is I think slashers in the modern times have gotten much worse. I just like I maybe it's just a preference that most people have, but I feel like all the best slasher stuff was pre 2000s. Not
I
all,
don't like
obviously.
modern slashers usually.
Yeah, so I think when you got to look at it too, it's like we kind of have the same discussion on Sunday where old to me is not old to everyone else. So there's people that are not touching stuff like old in the last 10 years. So if like you just look at that lens and what you're getting with slashers now, I can see why people would just hate on slashers.
Because there's not a lot of modern serious slashers. It
Like
seems like a lot of the
a
slashers
lot
that
of
are coming
people
out
will
are
probably
parodies
go
of
back
things.
that like get into horror, become like casual horror fans will watch the big ones, but like I don't think like combing like the 80s for slashers is the same thing it was today as it was for like maybe when I started doing it in the 2000s.
Yeah, well, when you think about it,
Well,
right, and this blows my mind every time I think about it, but in the 80s, 30 years ago was the 50s, where like 30 years ago now is the fucking 90s, which is like a really long time apparently when you look at it from that perspective. So pretty crazy. It is
yeah,
wild, but
and we thought the '60s and '50s were old as shit in the '90s.
right, yeah.
I just feel
But
like a lot of modern slashers, man, aren't focusing on being serious. Like, in the early 80s when it was the boom, there was a lot of serious type slashers and stuff like that. There was obviously some that were spoof and comedy orientated, but nowadays I feel like a lot of slashers focus more on just the modernization of like comedy and
I
it
feel
just
like
they're trying to appeal to too many fucking
well,
people.
there's
Back
lack
in the
of
day when they were making
icons too.
slashers, they were making these films for the genre fans. Like they weren't trying to, oh, we need to throw this comedy to appeal to this type of audience and do this and that and stuff. Not trying to do too much with the films. They were making a slasher film.
Well, don't you think
I think that's
Scream
one of the
kind of
biggest
changed
problem with
them?
them.
I
Don't you
think
think
it's
Scream
more
kind of
that like
changed it to modern?
every slasher movie now can't just be a slasher.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're
Like
trying
it
to
has
appeal to
like
everybody.
it just like it has to think it's like it has to be like a
It's got to
smart
have
It
a
has to be
gimmick.
it has to be clever and a
yeah.
whodunit
yeah,
because if
but
you look at
all
if you look at
slashers
the
always had to have a
no, but
gimmick.
then the icons in
Not
the
really a
80s, like
gimmick,
the
but like
big
the
ones,
movie has
they
to
weren't
like
whodunits. We
the
knew
movie
going in
has to
who
be
the
smart
villain
now.
was.
You know what I mean?
You guys are both talking at the exact same time.
Yeah, I know, stupid internet, but
I think that
Well,
for
I'm
me,
talking
like
gimmicks like Happy Death Day. You have Groundhog Day, not or It's a Wonderful Knife. You have It's a Wonderful
what
Life.
what it
Like
is
I'm
that
talking
it's
gimmicks like
not
that. Freaky.
nobody can make a simple one anymore because they just feel like it's uninteresting. So that
Right.
it always has like some other element to it. What I think misses the modern slasher, it comes down to one thing. The modern slasher just doesn't look right
Yeah.
to what slashers used to look like. Just like the shots, like the vibe, like nobody, like anytime they try to make it atmospheric now, it's through like an excessive lighting and shit like that, where a lot of older slashers were just like atmospheric because of them being shot at night or something, you know what I mean? Like now
Well, part of
it's
that
just
is also
either
And the
because
puppets
reach
or
and the
lights,
regional qualities.
the
yeah, well,
regional
they're lower
qualities,
budget. They're lower budget.
yeah.
They didn't have the lighting. Like everything was just a lot more low budget in those days, though, too. But they're also shot on fucking film, which really does
yeah,
Which
help. I mean,
helps, yeah.
you don't have that look with a lot of films nowadays, which really does take away from it. But you got to remember the low
but
budget aspect of a lot of slasher films from back in the day was a top notch, like a top shelf quality for us, though, too. It added to the atmosphere when you weren't
Well,
overlit, and
a big thing that
it
I
was like
think a lot
lightning
of
in a bottle,
people
really.
I never really hear people bring up is that movies are just lit completely differently now, not even from the style and like lighting theory, just like from like there's literally they use different bulbs now. So these movies just like the lighting inherently
Of
just looks
course,
different
yeah,
than it did in
Yeah,
these
of
movies.
course.
yeah.
Well, yeah, and the
Also,
question is, do modern audiences care about that kind of stuff? Because this is what they grew up on as opposed to
Yeah,
us.
that is true too.
you
Because
know
like,
So
something
like
that's really weird too is like I feel like the woods look different. Like literally like woods from fucking like in the forest looks different today than it did in the 80s. Like it's so weird. Like I don't know why, but maybe it's just the places they shoot are less like actually like naturally overgrown and is more like manufactured and upkept now. I don't
mm,
know.
Yeah, it might be just like they're shooting in
It's a
like
very
actual
interesting
like all the
observation.
same places instead of
yeah.
just like
I
going
mean,
to
like, yeah,
some
like
random forest
Bill,
somewhere.
like yeah, like there's not
well,
like, people not just hiking into the forest. Like, all right, this is it. Let's shoot here.
yeah, I just think that like yeah, because modern audiences grown up with a lot more streaming content. I mean, when I was a kid, there was no such thing, but in the last 10, 20 years to where now it's kind of reflecting where maybe they're more like they're more forgiving when they go to the theater and it looks like that where my brain is kind of chasing the aesthetic that I remember when I was growing up, which is pretty much gone. I mean, sometimes you get it in like the lower budget. Sometimes you can catch a straight to VOD or just like a festival slasher that might look like that, but most of the stuff going to theater, it's like there's just no chance it's going to have that look in the cinematography and it, and I think also I think a point that was being made earlier is like the biggest, at least from memory. I mean, there were definitely one-offs that were whodunits, but like a lot of the big franchise slashers back then, they weren't necessarily whodunits. You went into the movie, there was no mystery about Freddy going to the fourth, fifth Nightmare on Elm Street or Jason. I mean, obviously there was the one where it wasn't Jason, but like otherwise it was like there was no real mystery to it. It was just like I'm gonna go see a bunch of people get killed by
Yeah,
a
maybe not
slasher icon.
in the big franchise ones, but there was tons of slasher films where you didn't really know who the killer was until there was a reveal.
Well, yeah, I'm just talking
Lower,
as
but
far
like,
as like the big ones that were kind of that transitioned just from like the hardcore fans to like everybody would be going to see it. Like Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, I guess to some extent. To me, those like they transcended beyond just your core group of horror slasher fans to where it was just like almost seemed like general public had bought into those ones where maybe not like the lesser known whodunits because we're what 40 almost 40 years on and people are still talking about those
mm.
and that's to me what makes them great is I mean there's plenty of movies that are like decent but are they is anyone going to be talking about them 30 years later?
Yeah, I
To
never
me
worry
that
about. I
sometimes
never
judges
worry
it.
about.
According to Tyler, they're not going to be talking about Sinners 30 years from now.
I don't really. I don't. I never look at
Well,
things in terms of that. I worry about what I like, and I don't really care if it's going to make splashes for an audience in 30 years. Because in 30 years, if I'm still alive, I'm still going to watch that movie. Probably, it just matters to me.
I kind of care because I feel like I like the community aspect of horror. I like when
Of
a lot of
course,
people like things.
I just don't worry
Um,
about it too much because at the end of the
I mean, I
day,
don't worry about it at
I'm
all,
the
but
one watching it, and it matters to me if it's still
well,
cool in like
you
30 years.
shouldn't
So like,
you shouldn't worry about it when it comes to your personal rating. I just think like a lot of times with like modern when they try to reboot or remake they just to me it's not that they're always bad movies that most of them just to me they don't have the same juice as they used to have but it could also just be my bias because when I grew up and when my formative years are now and for people growing up now that are seeing these ones first to them this is like what a slasher is to them versus what a slasher was to me.
Hmm. I think slashers will be timeless forever because people are always stabbing each other, so it's always going to be
I think
relevant.
that people like even modern people think what slashers are like Halloween, Friday the 13th, and like Scream. Like I still think
Hmm.
those are what people think of when they think of
Yeah,
slashers.
and that's the
Like because
thing.
For
It's
sure.
a lot of younger kids know Jason still. They
Yeah.
know fucking Michael Myers. Well, obviously there was just three fucking Halloween movies this
yeah, and
past
that's kind
Now
decade.
of
they
like
know Art the Clown.
that
Yeah.
was
Art the Clown,
the
yeah.
other point. It's like I guess like Scream is still going, so that can count. But like we haven't really had like Freddy, Jason, or Michael Myers supplanted as like modern horror icons. I mean Art the Clown I guess is close. And Scream, but Scream really
No, he's definitely there. He's
Art
all
the Clown
over
is
Spirit
Yeah.
Halloween and merchandise.
Art the Clown is arguably bigger than Jason, Freddy, and Michael right now. Seriously. Like
Yeah, at
he's
the
fucking
present
everywhere.
moment, yeah, but not in like the big grand scheme of things.
Maybe Jason will make a comeback with his TV show this year.
I don't even
Seriously?
think Jason's in the TV show this year.
No, it's a
in the
prequel, isn't it?
I
the
think it's like a
finale.
prequel series. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Is it like a limited series, or do they
I
not
don't
even
fucking
say?
know or care.
Who knows? Who cares? Just put a
Yeah.
fucking movie out.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I
not.
think when it
I
comes
don't
want them
to modern slashers for myself, man, I just feel like I get the idea of being a director and not wanting to do the same thing that was done 789 times in the 80s. And you want to kind of, level up a little bit. You want to try something new. But I mean, like you said, Tony, like with all new slasher films, there is some type of gimmick that's going on. There's always something. You're trying to elevate it. But I mean, it's just modern filmmaking. I mean, everything's a little bit more elevated, quote unquote. They're not trying to do the simplistic things anymore, which to me was kind of the better aspect of slasher films was the simplicity of it.
Mhm.
I think some of these gimmicks are
You
going
just
a little
can't
bit too
Twilight
far with
you
it.
just can't you can't do it anymore. Like you can't nobody's gonna buy it. Everybody's gonna say
Well,
it's boring.
that's what I'm saying is that there's no audience for the simplicity of what the slasher film was, so it had to level up and it had to go one step further, and that's where all these little gimmicks come in, and you try new little fucking things and stuff. And like, what's the one that came out a couple years ago with the kind of the Jason killer with the POV?
Violent Nature.
Violent
That was actually
Nature.
like that was actually one of the more fucking simplistic slashers though.
Yeah, and
Like
see,
it just
I
had
think
a different concept.
I think it's why it appealed to me so much is because I really like the whole idea of following this killer from a POV, but the sound, the whole movie just
In
it's solely
hindsight,
around sound, and like I just love that about it. It was like I was so captivated by this POV and having a film shot from the killer's perspective instead of following your main protagonist and then having the killer show up and do the killing. It was from the opposite end of the aspect, and it's like it's just the sound design. I thought it was a really cool gimmick that actually kind of worked because in the general hindsight of
And
the
it
whole
was just
idea,
shot so good.
it was such a
Yeah.
simple idea that works so well. You don't
But they
have to
all
have this crazy
the
gimmick.
cool thing about it too is like it really is from the perspective of the killer where all the like exposition and stuff that the hero or the heroine would find out is like just missing from the movie, but there's like little hints of it, like
Yeah.
the locket and stuff like that, where it's just like it's really just like the other side of the movie. It's super
Ha-
neat.
Yeah.
Have you seen the trailer for the second one?
I didn't know there was a trailer for the second one.
No.
Yeah, it
Avoiding
looks like
that
they're-
shit.
I'm
I didn't even know
excited.
there was a second one, period.
I knew
Does it
I
come
knew
out
they
this
were
year?
making a second one, but if there's a
pretty
trailer,
sure
it's definitely
it
coming out this
does.
year.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Good.
pretty fucking sweet.
I'm stoked.
Is it same idea, same POV thing, and
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking cool. Hopefully they don't change up the gimmick too much because I think that's what worked about it. And plus the kills were pretty cool. The kills were pretty fucking gory.
they were awesome.
So,
So what did you rate that movie, Tony? Kind of got derailed a bit.
I'm gonna give Intensive Care an 8 out of 10.
I knew you were coming.
Very
to put a
biased
fucking 8.
slasher fan.
I'm
It's
more
just
at
a
like
good
a
fucking time.
6, but I did have a lot of fun with it, and it does my favorite thing, and that's like have a brisk movie. Like it feels like super fast. It's only what 70 some minutes. Like it is just it cruises by. It's a nice little slice of 90s slasherisms. Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
you do get basically a kill every 10 minutes. It's just fucking over before you realize. But in
This
terms
shit's
of
like
features
comfort
though,
food
you have
to
a
me, man.
100%. There's a commentary track with Danish film historians. Here we go.
Danish film historians. Somebody that specializes
How would you
Danish
pronounce
film.
the name? I'm gonna spell out this name, 4 letters. YFKE. How would you say that?
YFK.
With wife Wifka.
E.
YFAK.
YFKE. How would you
Oh,
pronounce that?
Wifka.
Ifk.
Yifk.
I probably
One of those might be silent.
Ifke.
Ifk.
I would say
If-
Like
Ifke.
Ifke?
Yeah,
FK.
that's how I would think so.
It's definitely not show my cocky.
Show me cocky.
Show me
So yeah,
cocky.
but yeah, film historians didn't listen to that. And then you have a 23-minute conversation with the director, which I was alluding to earlier. And I'm gonna get this out of the way before I like talk about these. Like this, and then there's a behind the scenes video. This shit is fucking riddled with like AI upscale technology. And like it's some of the worst, probably the cheapest, like free technology you can get because it looks so distractingly bad.
So
Because she's like,
is it an old interview that the AI upscaled, or I don't understand what you mean?
yeah.
Oh, dude,
Oh.
that's so bad. Why?
But they did, yeah. It's the thing about it is like it didn't even look bad. Well, I mean, it probably wouldn't be because the thing is like the interview's only like 10 years old. I don't know why she would have done it, but it's like when she's on the screen and the camera's on her, she has like this red ribbon around her neck, and it's just like doing like the fucking AI like swirly like
Wiggly
thing.
thing.
She's got like these earrings in her ears that are just constantly fucking like changing shape and stuff. It's just very distracting.
I don't understand how you
But
look at that end result and be like, oh, we're going to throw that on the Blu-ray disc. Why wouldn't you just, okay, that doesn't look good. Let's fucking drop that and
right,
put the
she's
original.
old and out of
That
touch.
That's crazy, man.
But yeah, she just talked about like the Dutch film scene and all that, and that was interesting. She talked about like the whole English aspect and how everybody pretty much speaks both like Dutch and English, so it really wasn't an issue there.
Yes.
She said her dad worked in like special effects, and he worked with like David Cronenberg on like or on like a Videodrome and The Fly and shit, and that's how like she broke in the film. I thought that was interesting. But there's also a 10-minute behind the scenes like document, or it's not a documentary, but it's like footage. But it kind of is a documentary because all it is them just like behind the scenes, like somebody just filming them as they're like filming scenes. And there's like outtakes of like George Kennedy and shit. But in the middle of this 10-minute behind the scenes video is an actual like few minutes long interview with George Kennedy himself talking about and everything. He didn't say anything like interesting, like an interesting like nugget, but it's just cool to see him talk about like filming this movie like in a behind the scenes video. But yeah, that's pretty much it. No more special features after that.
Hmm.
But yeah, good shit.
Happy with the title?
Yes.
Sweet.
VS has been killing it this year so far with slasher movies, by the way.
All right.
Got that. We've got these like Fulci movies coming out, like Massacre and shit like that. Office Killer. Very stoked.
You're right. It has been a pretty upscaled year for slasher films and releases. That's pretty crazy.
Especially partner label too. Like fucking like The Bleeder and like the French guy, Fully Matrieres or whatever. Just
Yeah.
so many random slashers you
Yeah.
wouldn't think are coming out actually are.
Yeah, the Anton Peltier, whatever. Fuck. That's a crazy release, man. That is a nutty release because the whole thing runs like 700-800 minutes. It's fucking nuts. Like, there's so much shit on that. So highly recommend that. All right. So for my pick, we're gonna take it back to 1970 Sweden with a film called Fear Has Thousand Eyes, also known as Sensuous Sorcerers. Apparently that's what the title is on IMDb.
Ooh,
Sensuous Sorcerers. So okay. So basically this film it's dubbed as like the very first like erotic thriller. So I'm gonna read the back of this because we got a comment, I think last time we talked about The Bleeder, and it was a Swedish guy, and he's like, oh, that's all fucking wrong. There's way more fucking Swedish slasher films and stuff. And he was right. At the time I couldn't really think of it. I was thinking about it after. I'm like, fuck man, we talked about blood tracks on this on this show before. And then Blood Runs Cold. Those are the two that came to mind right when you mentioned that. I was like, oh yeah, totally. So I think there was others, but the back of the Blu-ray said that it was like, you know, the first or the first and only slasher film. So it says on the back of this Blu-ray, it says one of Sweden's few horror movies and definitely the only erotic one. So, which I believe is completely wrong. There's definitely more erotic films coming out. There's tons. So I don't know who's writing this shit and why it's there, but it's there. So yeah, so this is the original artwork. Fear Has Thousand Eyes. Pretty cool. Actually, the slipcover is pretty cool for this. You know, it's got this.
I didn't even pick that one up.
Little designs here. And then this is cool. This is a cool for the back part because it actually plays into the film. Pretty neat. So yeah, Fear Has Thousand Eyes. No, does not have a thousand eyes. Fear Has Thousand Eyes. It's always hard to say. I always want to put in there. So yeah, 1970 Swedish film directed by Torgi Wickman, who was a very competent type director. He's done some other things in the Swedish realm and stuff. So basically this one follows our main characters, Sven and Anna. They're a married couple. They just returned home from, I think they were on some type of trip or whatever. So they get back home and, you know, Sven's aunt is there, Barbaro. She's been looking after the place and shit like that. And you learn very quick that Anna has been having some like mental health issues. She's been very nervous about things and, you know, just kind of dealing with a lot of mental health issues. She can't sleep, you know, she's seeing things and she's just kind of freaking out and a whole pile of things are going on with her and stuff like that. We later find out that she's actually pregnant. And so, you know, at one stage in the film, they take her to the doctor and stuff because she's kind of seeing things. And she's just, like I said, she's having problems sleeping and she's having issues with her husband and just things are just not going right for her. But anyways, they take her to the doctor and the doctor chalks it up to her just basically being pregnant. And so it's just kind of like, it's just one of those minute things within in the narrative that I find is really fun. I'll come back to that in a minute. But anyways, so Sven and Anna are doing her thing and stuff. And then we get introduced to their housemaid. Her name is Helvig, played by Solveig Anderson. And so right away, you realize that there's something up with the maid. She's definitely she's probably provoking Anna a little bit here and maybe fucking with her a little bit and stuff like that. And so this kind of progresses. Like she starts kind of fucking with her and doing all this crazy shit, just making her go off the deep rails and shit like that. And she starts doing all this crazy shit. And, you know, they take her to and from the doctor trying to figure out what the hell is going on. The husband starts to think that she's actually kind of going insane. Then there's one point in the film where he finds this box in the kitchen pantry with, you know, a bunch of dirt and like all this bones and shit. And he starts to think that Anna's been kind of like staging all this stuff and maybe is responsible for all this and maybe attention, blah, 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 and stuff like that. Meanwhile, the maid keeps fucking with her, and then all of a sudden some random deaths start happening in the film. And yeah, I'll just kind of leave it there. So this movie is kind of interesting. You know, it's dubbed as an erotic thriller / folk horror film. And so it's kind of very low key on the eroticism. So there's definitely eroticism that's happening throughout the film. There's scenes where, you know, you get some heterosexual, you get some lesbian stuff, but it's not overly sleazy. I would say it's more awkward than sleazy throughout the film, it's actually kind of noticeable when you're watching the movie, but it's done well. If that makes any sense. And so when it comes to the folk horror issues or the part of the film starts out with this really awesome scene of basically somebody cutting like an upside down cross into their finger, the blood dripping on a paper, and then they write this note and it says it basically says, "I'm selling my soul to the devil," you know, kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, that's a fucking great way to start the film. And then, you know, it cuts into the story. And it's one of those movies where you're watching it going, okay, what the fuck? What the hell is going on? Like, you know, it's supposed to be erotic thriller / folk horror film. And it kind of goes through the motions and stuff. And it's starting to get close towards the end of the film. You're like, man, it just feels like we shouldn't be in the third act right now. And then it does go a little bit batshit towards the end of the film. And it kind of wraps itself up. And it plays itself really, really light on the folk horror elements to the movie and the eroticism. And you're like, okay, so what the fuck did I just watch? So after I finished the film, I was kind of indifferent on it. I was like, okay, well, this movie right here was shot really well. It's got a great atmosphere to it. It's got a really good setting. It's it's during the winter, so there's like snow. There's the maid, beautiful, great set of titties on her. Like I said, the acting's really good. It's shot really well. The music's really cool in the film too. It's got a bunch of different type of pieces, jazz music. It's got some other type of orchestra type feeling to the score and stuff, a lot of strings and shits, which it really adds to the feel of the film and stuff like that. But once you're done watching the film, you're like, wow, okay, so that was a really competently made film. It was really well done. Now what do I really think of this? So like I kind of like pondered on it and stuff, and I'm like, okay, so I need to watch the features for this. And good thing I did watch the features. Tony, did you watch the features to this film?
No, but I think I probably should have.
Yeah, okay, so
If it's going to help with the experience.
Yeah, it does. So again, you probably agree though, like the movie's completely competently made. It's got a lot of good things that are happening in it, but you're like, it's one of those films where, okay, so you ever watch a movie and you're like, okay, more would have been, or less would have been better, but then sometimes you get like more would have been better though too. I feel like this is one of those cases where there's a lot of shit that's happening in this film, and it's like really bizarre things. Like there's a point in the film where the maid gets into the bed with the husband, and he doesn't really wake up, and she starts riding him, and it just kind of ends. And then there's another time where the same thing kind of happens, where she puts on this wig, pretends to be the wife, and he like wakes up, pushes her off the bed, and they start romping, blah blah blah. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then it switches from the husband.
I love this slight hesitation.
I know.
He's like looking down at her, and he's like, you know what?
Yeah, fuck it, right?
It's like fucking slip and slide.
Yeah. So there's just like really awkward moments in the film like this, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, there's no indication that this guy, who is by the way a priest, would be cheating on his wife. And I'm scratching my head going, this makes no fucking sense to me. I'm like, what the hell is happening here? And then the same thing happens later on in the film with the wife. The maid gets in with her, and then they start to have a little touchy on their boobs, and they have a little lesbian action and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is crazy. Like, she's pregnant with the Sven's kid and stuff. And then it kind of goes a little bit batshit towards the end, and then it just kind of fucking ends. So I'm watching the features, and I'm like, okay, so there's an interview with the producer and one of the actresses, and she explains, which I mentioned before, about how the sex scenes in the film felt a little bit awkward, and they were apparently the girl that plays the maid in the film, Solveig Anderson. She was not really into. She felt really awkward doing the scenes and shit like that. So it kind of comes off like that a little bit. And okay, so that made a little bit more sense to me. Like, okay, so, but then he explains the history behind the story for the movie. And so the director heard about this story in this small Swedish village where basically it was rumored that this girl, and probably due to like witchcraft or some type of like, probably witchcraft, was able to like control the minds of people, almost like hypnotize them and control them, and then also be able to control their sexuality and do things to them which was out of the reach and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, that explains everything that's happening in the film, because there's points in this film where it doesn't make any sense, because why the fuck would this couple that's so happy together, he's a priest, be doing the things that they're doing and stuff? It's because she was totally controlling them straight through witchcraft. And you get the idea that it's happening through witchcraft right from the opening scene with when she cuts her finger upside down cross. But that's the only indication you get really throughout the whole film that there's like witchcraft really happening. Something's up with her. And so they
that part was gross, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, right?
The cutting the upside down cross in the fingers, because it like they actually fucking did it. And it was just like super zoomed in. It just kind of made me fucking gag.
Yeah. And I was actually going to mention that too. So
I hate shit like that.
When it comes to that scene, the whoever did that scene, it was obviously not her, but they actually cut in there with like a blade, and that was real blood. That was a real blade going in there, and it's fucking very up in your face. And when you're watching this shit on an 80-inch screen, you're like, damn, bro, what the fuck? But again, that's what you get from the witchcraft stuff, and then it kind of goes through the motions throughout the film. But then when you get the explanation behind the story behind it, I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I mean, obviously, the end of the movie, I don't want to give away, but yeah, I mean, you can definitely see the whole the ideology behind what happens with like the house burning and the witchcraft and all that type of shit stuff. But it's it's one of those films where I'm like kind of on the fence still with it. I liked it, but I wanted a little bit more. I wish they had have done a little bit more with the witchcraft in the film instead of just kind of like showcasing in one little scene and then just rolling with that throughout the whole movie. You probably agree though, right, Tony, that it would have been nice to get a little bit more of that, because it kind of leaves it so open for you and you're like, man. And again, like I said, completely made film, sounds good, looks good, acts, it's acted really well. It's got a little bit of sleaziness, which I don't think it definitely had enough of it being dubbed as an erotic thriller, which is kind of one of my big problems with it. But all in all, pretty good. Now, the most interesting thing about the film for myself was actually the special features. So there's a bunch of features on here. There's an interview with the producer and stuff, which they talk about what I just talked about, like explaining the meaning behind the film, because I think a lot of people are a little bit like, what the fuck just happened in this movie kind of thing. So they explain that away, and he talks about the director and like the history of him and like how they discovered the main actors in the film and shit like that. But I think and that was probably, fuck, I don't even know how long that was, man. There's not a whole lot of features on here, to be honest. I think they're like 12 minute kind of segments and stuff like that. Yeah, the heaven in my ear was like 10 minutes long, but the most interesting feature on here was called Sinner or Saint. It was about 17 minutes long, and it was basically kind of like a video essay. And it was about this dude that wanted, like, he was a big fan of the film and he wanted to know more about the film and like the history. And Solveig Anderson, who played the maid in the film, she was the witch apparently in the film. And so, and like they talk about like how she was discovered and stuff, and she was basically discovered because she was just straight up beautiful. Like, she wanted to get into acting and stuff like this. This is like 1969, and obviously had like really nice tits and shit like that. So but so the interesting thing about Solveig Anderson was she was this really big kind of like independent kind of sex queen kind of thing that was doing her thing between 69 and 75. And what happened in 1975, apparently she found God and left the film industry and like disowned all of her films and everything. And that's why he was so intrigued on finding out more about her, because she's never talked about the films and everything that she was in. And she was kind of a sex symbol and everyone kind of knew her, and she disappeared and everybody wanted to know what happened. Like, nobody really knew. And so he like emailed her up and she agreed to, well, actually, no, what happened was she'd actually found out. So the first part of it, she'd actually found out in the mid 2000s that a bunch of her films were being released on DVD. And this is how he initially ends up getting in contact with her. But she found out a bunch of her films were being released on DVD, and she was like, fuck that. You cannot release my stuff. I found God. I don't want any of these films reaching the public because I'm nude in all these movies, blah, blah, blah. And when she realized that she couldn't stop the flow of the production and stuff, she's like, can I have some money? Like, spoken like a true fucking Christian, right? So anyways, they worked out a deal. They gave her a little bit of cash for it, for her troubles and stuff, and gave her a bunch of movie or DVDs and shit to sell so she can make some more money and blah, blah, blah. But anyways, this guy got in touch with her and he wanted to know the history of like, how she was discovered and like, talking about all of her films and shit like that. And she actually had a small part in Thriller, Cruel Picture. I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, she was discovered. She basically was just this beautiful girl and wanted to get into acting and stuff. And they just kind of noticed her one time. And that's really how she got into it. But she was like kind of rolling in all these Swedish erotic films and doing like all these crazy things and stuff. And then she was like rising, and then just fucking boom. And the producer actually goes on to talk about like how, there were so many other projects, there were so many other things that she was lined up to do, and she just kind of left. But he kind of figured that maybe she was like a lost soul before she had got into film, and it was kind of like an escape for a little bit. And then she realized, oh, this isn't really what I want to do. And then just kind of fucking booked off. But it's kind of a tragically odd story, because, when you find these people that have such a promising career and just say, fuck this for God. Really? Like, it's just a crazy story. Like, but she agreed, and she actually talks about like each of the films that she appeared in, and it was like the first time she'd ever talked about any of her movies. She even went on to say that she had never even seen Thriller before, because it was after the fact. And she's like, oh, it was a nasty film, I've never seen it before. And she actually hadn't seen half the movies that she even appeared in, because they came out like a little bit after she'd done them, and by that time she'd already left and found God and blah, blah, blah. So it was really interesting. But she is really hot though, Tony? Did anybody else in here watch this movie besides me and Tony?
Was this The Nanny?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
Holy
talking.
shit. Yeah, she looked good,
Yeah,
especially naked.
yeah, they were talking about her, how she was kind of petite, like she was super small and like short, and but like just with these naturally big, like really nice boobs and stuff. And I'm like, that's crazy. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, yeah, she really does look good. But you get like the whole aspect of, you know, how awkward the sex scenes and stuff. It's kind of crazy, like when you think about it, like how many times and how much nudity was in the film and what she did in her career, and she was never comfortable doing any of that shit. She never wanted to do it, which I think kind of added to those scenes a little bit too. But you know,
And
um,
multiple partners, like
multiple
men and
partners,
women.
men and
So it's
women and
like
stuff.
she
Yeah,
was like in the nitty-gritty on her shit.
yeah, yeah. And they show clips from
Yeah.
like her other films where she's like doing stuff with girls and stuff, and it's funny, man, because she was not into it at all. But pretty interesting to do that much stuff when you're not into it. But yeah, so that's a pretty cool like 17 minutes kind of video essay. I thought it was really informative about her career and stuff like that. There's an audio commentary on here, image gallery, and really not like there's a screen test of her, and then trigger Wickman files, which is, you know, it's just one of those things where they show all the files and stuff like that. So not really a lot of features, which doesn't really surprise me for a film like this. But yeah, so I think originally, you know, after I finished watching the film, I was like, okay, you know, I didn't mind this movie, but I'm like on the fence. And I sometimes I have such a hard time. Like, I really don't overthink things a lot when it comes to like ratings and like how I feel about things. But this is one of those movies where I really wanted to like a lot more. And I was like, I know I like this, but then the features kind of upped it for me a little bit. So, all in all, really good film. It's a good film once you know exactly what's going on. I think it could have been a lot better if they had done a little bit more with it and stuff like that. I think the director, you know, he had a general idea of what he wanted to do. I think he spent a little bit too much time with, you know, with the nanny, you know, fucking with her and stuff. I wish I had thrown a little bit more of the witchcraft and stuff in there. And I think a lot of people kind of feel the same way, as, you know, I've been reading on and people talking about the film and shit. It feels a little bit too ambiguous, even right to the end. You're like, what the fuck? Like, how are these? Because I mean, obviously there's scenes in the film where you're like, how is this guy not realizing what he's doing and what's going on with her, and like how is she doing this? And like, it's a witchcraft thing, but it's like, where's the, like, what's the motivation? And that's the other thing that's really weird about this film, is that it doesn't feel like there's any motivation for what she's doing besides just taking advantage of them when she can control their minds. Like there's no other point to it, because going back to the whole pregnancy thing, which I thought was a very odd thing, because when they first announced in the film that she's pregnant, I went, oh, this is fucking Rosemary's Baby. But it's not, because they talking about her being pregnant is just an excuse to take her to the doctor and have them say, oh, this is why she's acting like this. That's all it is. It totally doesn't end up being Rosemary's Baby whatsoever, which I thought was really interesting that they throw that out there, because this is right after Rosemary's Baby. It was probably super popular even at the time. I bet you Sweden was just fucking with it at that time. So, but yeah, Fear Thousand Eyes, pretty solid after you watch the features and stuff like that. I'm going to give it about a 6.5 out of 10. It's not mind blowing, but it's one of those films where I feel like it could be so much better. So unfortunately, but cool release though from Super Club 8. Is that what it is? Yeah, Swedish company.
What'd you rate it?
6.5 out of 10.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, there's minimal features, but for a film like this, I completely expected it was going to be like that. But yeah, I mean, it's nice women to look at. I mean, everyone's
Kind of glad I didn't pick it up now.
but I mean, it's definitely one of those ones I think people might get some more out of it, but maybe not if you don't watch the features like Tony did. I think if you watch the features, Tony, you probably bring it up a little bit for sure. Because I saw your rating.
Yeah, I
like,
definitely want to do that.
Because I saw your rating, I was like, oh yeah. I see exactly where he's coming from on this. But I was kind of like in the same boat until I watched the features. Like, oh, that makes a lot more fucking sense. So yeah. Heroes
Yeah,
1,000.
I think I'm at like a 5.5 on a first time watch.
Yeah.
Almost like completely right down the middle.
I just thought the video essay, like, just getting in touch with this woman that never wanted, like, she literally had disowned her entire career.
Yeah, that kind of sounded like an interesting feature, at least.
It was, man. And like, she was
Yeah, I'm definitely watching that.
She was hesitant at first to talk about it, and he kind of pressed the issue. And then she's like, okay. And then she just like fully opened up and talked about everything that she could remember, because again, she had completely forgotten and denounced, like she hadn't since 75. This is like 2000 funny. So her memory was, she said there were certain things that she actually couldn't remember because like she was on the film set for like, one day kind of thing, right? But she did talk about this one quite a bit, and I thought that was just fascinating, but very cool feature. So yeah, Fear Has a Thousand Eyes from 1970.
All right.
Mikey.
All right. Going not too far back on this one, actually only to 2022. My pick was Plan 75. And I picked this one because the synopsis to me kind of sounded similar to what we might get from like a Black Mirror episode. So I kind of like those, not quite futuristic, more kind of near futures things you can see on the horizon. So I would kind of equate this to that type of story, less technology based though. So basically, the synopsis is Japan is facing an aging crisis. Lots of the population is aging, and it's becoming like a financial burden to take care of them. Because I think that is somewhat of a real legitimate issue, not just for Japan but for the world, just because the larger generation is like big, or excuse me, the older generation is larger, and usually the idea of how our programs are supposed to work is like the following generations keep increasing, so like you can pay for the care of like the aging out generations. But now with everything reversing, it's like, okay, how are we going to keep up and fund all this stuff? So Japan came up with this government initiative called Plan 75, which is once you hit 75 years old, or I guess even if you're approaching it at 75, you can voluntarily sign up for like ending your life, basically.
That
Yeah, kind of like assisted suicide. So that's the setup. We mostly follow three main characters. One is an elderly lady that is she's kind of going through the program. She's signing up and considering it. Then we're following a guy who he's like kind of like an admin of the program. He helps you get like set up through it and walks you through how the program works, checks in on you. And then a young nurse who she's like one of the orderlies that works with patients who are in the program. So I would say, I mean, this movie, it's definitely somber. It's somewhat depressing. Like it's heavy material. Um, it's I would say the main drawback is it's like nearly 2 hours. It probably didn't need to be that long. It gets its point across without that running time. I think a lot of the themes of it, though, really they do shine through. Obviously, euthanasia, Asia, and state-sanctioned death are part of it,
Well,
which
I'm
is
talking about kids in Asia.
youth in Asia or euthanasia for short.
That's what I used to
Um,
think it was.
Youth in Asia?
Youth in Asia. I'm
Yeah.
like,
What the
I'm like,
fuck?
I don't
The
understand.
euthanasia is out of
Confused
control.
me for so many years.
um, it gets into elements of like ageism and societal neglect, and how like as you get older and you're not considered like a productive member of society anymore, you're just kind of seen as a burden. And it's like we're just looking for ways to get those people like out of our way. And um there's some like yeah, and like productivity, they're not productive members. Also, what comes with that age, getting up to that age, a lot of times you're experiencing loneliness and lack of dignity, because you it's kind of like there's almost like a shame to it that you can no longer take care of yourself, or maybe like those close to you have passed on and you just don't have a lot of people around you. There's like scenes where um what's her name in this? I think it's Michi. Michi, I think. Yeah, yeah. there's scenes where she's like calling like the
Mikaki.
reps.
Show Magaki.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fake name.
Michikaki. There's scenes of her just calling the program admins just to talk because she's like lonely and like she's not really getting information that she needs. She just has no one else to talk to. So there's a lot of that going on. Um, there's one that I thought was interesting, which is another like theme going on in the world now, is like kind of the illusion of choice and how you're coerced into making these choices that you're told like are good for you or this is the best route to go, and at the end of the day you kind of don't have a choice, or all the other options are made to be so terrible that you're kind of pushed into like being convinced that, oh, this is the best thing to do for society. Family structures gets talked about, and then the ethics of care. Like, is it more convenient for the system to really care for you, or is it more convenient for them to just kind of do what like costs the least to get you out of the way and move on to the next one?
Take old
Um,
Yeller outside, baby.
yeah, some of this it kind of reminded me of like similar themes. What was the Romero one? The Lost one? Was it Amusement Park? Was that what it was
Mhm.
called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The presentation very different and how they go about it, but kind of similar in the themes of uh just ageism and elderly care. And I wouldn't be surprised because this was a few years ago, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start getting more of these because a lot of filmmakers like the age of me and Moods for sure, but like I'm sure all of us, we're we're gonna have, well, we do have like aging for those of us with parents that are still alive. I mean, they're gonna start hitting those ages. So I would imagine like these types of stories are gonna start showing up in like movies and shows even more at an increased rate as we're dealing with some of these problems. Because I think until this generation, every prior generation was getting bigger to handle like these types of things, and this is the first time it's reversed. I think at least in the last 100 years. So I would expect these types of themes to be hitting even more movies coming up. But yeah, overall, I thought it was pretty good. It could have been a little shorter. I was reading like some reviews and some analysis. Some label it dystopian. I wouldn't tag dystopian on it because it's in this movie society is still operating like normal. This is just like a specific carve out for an age group, but like nothing to me suggests it's really dystopian. So I would say maybe you could lightly say sci-fi just because of maybe how the program works and like the concept behind pushing people into this program. And they do get like a little bit of compensation for the family, but it doesn't seem like a good trade-off. But I guess, in the story, the Japanese government felt they were like all out of other options, so they're trying to go about taking people out this way for convenience and cost. You could argue there's a little bit of capitalism stuff going on it too. But yeah, it just hits a lot of themes. I thought it was pretty well done. It is, like I said, slow paced. So if anything, that would probably turn people off from it the most. I'm probably I'm gonna give it a 7 because I really like character pieces like this that explore the themes of like humanity, what it means to be human, the experience of life, the dignity of life. And while the movie, I would say there's a lot of cynicism in the movie, you could argue that like the way it ends kind of is a pushback to the cynicism. And we get a little bit of a reprieve from that as the movie is ending. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a happy ending, but there is a little bit of a turn on how it turns out. And I do like the fact that the administrator that works for Planet 75, he actually ends up finding out that his uncle is enrolled in the program. So that kind of like warps his perspective of, when you're like gung ho at first, like, oh, I'm doing this good thing for society. And then once it hits you personally, then you start like thinking about it in different ways, and oh, okay, it personally touches me now. So I think I might have to re-examine how like in support of this I am. So yeah, I would say it's a 7 for me.
Does it
But
give you hints in the film that, possibly the reason why the government started up Plan 75 was to, just because like almost like population control? I get the
yeah, no,
whole,
that's exactly what it, well, it's
He
not,
said that already.
yeah, it's not straight population control. It's the fact that, yeah, like the
It's too
generation that's aging is
it's
bigger.
too expensive.
Yeah.
It's too expensive, and it's a bigger generation ahead of
yeah,
us instead of behind us, the way it usually used to be. So it's, yeah, it's the cost to take care of like the
of
biggest
course, of course.
generation.
I was thinking about
Um,
like even like the space issue too. Like, the Japanese have this like life expectancy of being super high too, where they live until they're 90 and hundreds and
mhm.
stuff. And I mean, it just increases the population too, right? And was that a
Yeah,
factor of it too? Right? It's like we don't have the fucking room to have people that are this old. So we might as well capitalize on this and
mhm.
kind of downgrade a little bit too, because it is expensive to keep them alive when they're just old and whatever. But it's sad. But
It's sad because like when I was first looking up this movie when I was going to make my choice for what to pick, and I saw that it was a Japanese movie, it also made sense because yeah, their life expectancy is pretty high, and
one
it's
of the highest in the world, I think, actually.
and that's the one thing about like medical advancement is like yes, it can keep us alive longer, but there still has to be so much intervention to assist with that
Mhm.
happening. They had the same issue with medical advancement as far as like war goes. We have a lot more returning soldiers, but the medical cost it takes to like heal them up and the mental stuff with PTSD. It's like great that like less are
Well,
dying in
that's
war,
that
but
falls into the whole jail aspect in America
uh,
too, right? I mean, they incorporate. Remember, like when in California incorporated the three strikes you're out thing, they realized that wasn't a great idea because they filled up the jail so damn quick, and then the taxpayers had to start fucking paying for all these people that are in
Well,
jail for life. That's not a good. In theory, it's not a bad idea when you're trying to control crime, but the
yeah.
end result is way too expensive for the people because when you're young, you're going to jail for life. You got to fucking keep them alive.
I think originally too it
well,
was
we
the
Crazy.
have
scope of
the
like what
most
they counted as a
insane
strike that was
population in like prison. Like our prison population is out of fucking control.
Comparatively to the rest of the world, you guys are out to lunch with it, man. It's
well we
insane.
also
Like the US houses more people in jail than some countries even have fucking people.
What's like
It's
nuts too
crazy.
is that
Like,
like the U.S. appears to be getting a lot softer on crime too, and it's still just
Yeah.
like
softer on crime, isn't that kind of ironic considering what's going on right now? I thought they were
well
really
we just
cracking
have
down on the crime.
I don't know how it
No, we're
compares to
definitely
other
softer
countries.
now.
yeah.
We
You
just
hear stories in the daily about people that have been to court like 20 times and then they're finally getting in trouble after they killed someone.
Like
Yeah,
my
but that's not good either, though.
No, that's really
like
bad. That's what I mean though. Like
Yeah,
we're softer on crime. We're locking less people up, and we're still like
yeah, we're
yeah.
still way over budget in the
well
fucking
I
I
think
mean, it's
I
not the 70s or it's not the 80s and the early 90s when every cop was just grabbing a black person and throwing them in jail, and now it's all coming out 30 years later because now they're all getting fucking
well
dishonorated because of all the evidence that it's crazy. These
we have
documentaries are
high
mind blowing.
we have an extremely high recidivism rate because part of the I mean this is gets into like the concept I guess in philosophy, but like part of prison it's not supposed to be just punishment, it's supposed to be rehabilitation, and
rehabilitate.
we
rehabilitation.
we
Yeah,
do a terrible job in like because like
But
I
again, that's
obviously
another
agree.
cost in itself, though. It's
yeah.
not just the cost for
Well,
the
yeah,
taxpayers
But
keeping them alive. You
it's
have to
like
pay for that shit too.
it's so hard to control that though because it's like the prisoners make the rules, right? And it's like you can't go to your GED program or whatever because this or that reason, or you got to fit in and not
Yeah,
make yourself a target. It's just like the whole culture of prison is just fucked.
yeah.
and yeah, and I think I think we have a problem too with like there's probably too much intermingling about like what classification your crimes are. There's also the fact that like you get out of prison and
It's
it's
very
hard
hard for
not to
you.
have the scarlet letter on you, like when you try to go get jobs or like reintegrate into
It's actually
society.
getting a lot easier though. I remember
Dude.
when I like first joined the workforce, it was like if you had a felony, you were fucked.
Yeah.
But like now it's like a lot of people are starting to accept them.
With certain
Yeah, I
jobs
think
for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
depends
mean,
on the
with something
job.
like me, like I work for the government, you
Well,
literally
that's
can't have a
different,
cracker,
dude.
right?
yeah, I
I
think
mean,
they do have more programs now too because they started to recognize that like, well, how do you get back into society if you can't work? Because
yeah.
that's the number one thing you need when you get out of. It's not like you get out of prison, you're handed all your assets
Well,
back. Like
that
that's
was
not
one
how
of
it
the
works.
biggest things though for years, right? It was like,
Jobs
these
away
guys
from the
that are,
general public.
they spend fucking 15, 20 years in like, what are you gonna do? Like you can't
Manual
get a fucking
labor.
job. So what do? They just resort back to crime because,
Yeah.
and that's what happens. That's what was happening around here too. Is a lot of guys that go to jail, they couldn't get a job, so they would just go commit another crime just to go back to jail because you know what happens in jail? You get a fucking dry bed and you get 3 meals a day.
Yeah,
That became a big fucking problem here, man.
3
Like,
hots and a cop, baby.
yep. So like,
that's
fuck, I
not,
can't get a job. I
that,
might as well go back to jail because it's
and
the
that's not
easiest way
even
to survive.
and that's not even getting into like the privatized prison system, which is a whole nother beast. But
Our
I don't
jails
want
here
to
are a little bit. They're a little.
get.
Some of them are a little bit softer. Like these guys have like big screen TVs in their cells and shit. Like fucking cat is ridiculous.
Just like a vacation from their wife.
Well, that's what it became, right? And that was the big controversy here. It's like, well, you got guys getting out of jail and going back 2 days later because like, fuck, I don't want to be out in the real world. Like, go back to jail. It's way better living, right?
Yeah, I remember like a article like a decade ago or so that's like, oh,
Institutionalized.
if you're
Yeah,
booking
totally.
your if you're booking your flight through like Delta or Southwest, you're probably talking to a prisoner. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Jesus. What? Well, that's crazy, man, because I worked in an airport for 10 years and you actually can't get a red pass with, with a criminal record. So that's interesting. But maybe for
Well,
just
yeah,
dispatching or something like that, you're not actually working in the airport. I don't know, but
well, yeah, and the idea behind that it's kind of scary because like if the prison is private, then it's like okay, so they have an incentive to fill the prison up because it's a
yeah,
finance.
Yeah.
Like if I'm going to
yeah.
contract with Microsoft or something to do something, I need the prison full to like fulfill Microsoft work. So it's like,
Mhm.
oh, so here goes our
We gotta
prison.
go
Like,
get some
And that's
prisoners.
yeah. I mean, and that's where it becomes the false imprisonment thing too. It's like, going back to like, I remember watching this documentary a few years ago about how many prisoners have been released in the last like 20, 25 years due to evidence where it's just coming out like they're being exonerated because of DNA and all this type of shit. Because there was a time, in the 80s where, some crimes would be committed. It wasn't about finding the right person that actually did it or the guilty person. It was about just filling in that number. Like we put someone away for that crime. And then so all
I
these
think
people were going
I think
away.
that's less of an issue than just the sentence level you get for the crime you committed. Like I would say I would
Well,
say 99% of most people in jail or prison around here are fucking because they did something wrong.
yeah, I'm probably now, but like back in the day when it really didn't matter. The numbers are like astounding. Like there's this one lawyer that was talking about it. All the people that he's exonerated from prison it's just ridiculous, dude. It's actually fucking scary. And my thing, like going to jail for something I didn't do is like my biggest fear in the world. So watching this documentary, I was like
I
shaking
think
watching. I'm
going
like,
for
this is
even
crazy.
something I did do is one of my biggest
I
fears.
mean, if I did something, I'd be fine going to jail. I mean, it is what it is, right? But I just wouldn't want to go to jail for something I didn't do. I couldn't imagine spending like there was just a guy exonerated just a couple days ago here in Canada, and he spent 22 years in jail for something he didn't do. It's fucking wild. They proved that he didn't do it. I'm like, dude, could you imagine spending 22 years in jail for something you had nothing to do with? It's the scariest thing in like the world for me, man.
Yeah, it'd probably suck.
Yeah, it would fucking suck, man. But yeah, you're not seeing a whole lot of that anymore. I think, the system is providing, a healthier state for the cops to try to figure out who actually did these crimes, put these guys away. But yeah. So what'd you give that one, Mikey? 7?
yeah, 7. I really like the subject matter. Probably could have just trimmed it up a little. I don't think it needed to be 2 hours.
Is it one of those films where you get so involved in these characters and then it's like a tearjerker? Because it sounds like if you did it the way I'm thinking of it, where you follow these characters and you get to know them and you're like, why are you doing this? And then they go through with it and you're like, fuck, dude, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
Like,
because it's kind of like set up to where at the beginning, like everyone's just kind of working their way through this Plan 75 system that's set up.
yeah.
And you don't really know much about the characters yet. And then you start learning their motivations and why. And the old lady, you probably feel the worst for because you can
Do the
tell
characters
she's like she's
explain,
conflicted.
like, is there dialogue in the film where the characters literally explain why they're doing this, or is just they signed up for it because they kind of maybe felt the pressure, or they just kind of
Um,
felt like,
I wouldn't say there's like straight up like exposition, like laying the cards out, but you can kind of like once you start learning about the characters, okay, she's alone, she doesn't have family.
right,
It's kind of it's she's
situational.
at first it's like more she's inquiring about it, right? Because the government has instituted this program. It's not mandatory. At the point of the movie, it's not mandatory. Not like one of those, we're highly encouraging it. We're not quite making it mandatory. So there's obviously people inquiring, okay, well, what's this all about? What does it entail? Do what do I get in return that I can maybe pass down to like family members in exchange? But you can tell there's a lot of conflict and there's a lot of another theme is kind of like they explore the worthiness of life, like what makes a life worthy to live versus someone else's life.
Hmm.
And I think there's a lot with that with this program that it's exploring like, well, just because they're older and they're less quote unquote what we would consider productive or contributing to society, does that make them a less worthy life on this
Yeah.
earth? So yeah, I would say like it gets more emotional as it goes because I mean it's a human think piece kind of like that.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't have some like weird dystopian twist where, the government is actually paying the
no,
families
it's
a
not like
little
a
bit.
Soylent Green where like at the
It's not sort of green.
yeah, no, they're not turning the elderly into food or anything
Right,
like
right.
that. That's why I said
It's the
like
sneakiest fucking cannibal movie ever made. It
yeah, that's
really
Is
why
is.
I resisted to say dystopian, even though some reviews tag it that way, because I don't really consider it dystopian enough to put that tag on there.
Yeah.
So, I have a question. So you picked it because it sounded Black Mirror-ish. What was it, Black Mirror-ish, or was that just sort of
I
like
would
the summary
say
seemed Black Mirror-ish?
yeah, I would say um the type of story it is definitely I would lean towards that. The main reason that would separate it is it's not really technology based. Like it's not like they're using some
Yeah.
brand new technology that to like convince people. It's just more human interaction with the program and all that.
Did you do special features, or is that it?
No, I just watched the movie.
There's a lot to feature on that thing.
Let me see. I know I read it when I first. We get the director's first short film, an interview with the filmmaker, and I guess there is like an audible essay by a critic that I've not heard of, Haley Skinion. So there is a few special features. It's not like packed or loaded, but there's a few
Mhm.
things on there. I looked up the director. They made something last year in 2025. It looks like another kind of it's more of a coming age movie, but dealing with like I think terminally ill parents or something. So like they,
Jesus.
they maybe they grew up with that kind of life or some things have hit them or
That
you know
sounds fucking
because
morbid.
but
They got a
yeah,
All
so
trauma
right.
that's Plan
fetish.
75. Maybe yeah.
All right,
Uh,
JP.
Yeah, all right. So the film that I picked this time is Love Letters of a Portuguese Nun, from the year 1977, of course, directed by Jesus Franco, also known as Just Franco. And yeah, I remember one of the early days of recording the podcast with Moodz, 22 shots that is, like I'm talking like 2013 or something. I remember he was talking about Jess Franco, and I was like, I don't even know who that is. I don't think I've seen anything from him. And he was like, I guarantee you have seen a Franco movie. And it was true. Like I had seen one because there's so many that it's easy to have just accidentally seen one in your lifetime of movie watching. So yeah, that uh definitely not like the biggest like Franco guy, but like I mean he has so much range of films from like total shit to like, pretty decent. to So it's always kind of interesting to see what you're getting. And I would say honestly there's some ones that I really like too. Count Dracula's one I could think of that I thought was really good. Um but I've seen a handful of his movies at this point.
what about White Cannibal Queen? You like that one?
Which one?
Like
White
Cannibal
Cannibal
Queen.
Queen.
If we had a
No.
Hall of Pain, that
That's
was
Yeah.
definitely in
that's what
there.
I was referencing when I said from like complete shit to, so yeah, this movie is a nunsploitation film, if you will, which I am a fan of. I like nunsploitation, although I haven't seen a ton of them. I just like the concept. I've always thought it was a fun little subgenre. And they're usually pretty sleazy and crazy too. Um, but this movie was produced out of Germany and Switzerland, and it was filmed in Portugal. It's based on a actual like story loosely of what was like a compilation called Letters of a Portuguese Nun. It was came out in a book, but it was apparently letters from inside a convent from a teenage nun in training. I didn't look into like what the letters contained or whatever, but apparently a lot of people say that the letters weren't actually real and it was just like a fiction thing. That's about as far as I looked into that, but that was what it was sort of loosely based on. Um, so the movie follows a 16-year-old named Maria, who is basically like sort of like hanging out, courting like a younger boy, and this priest finds out about it, kind of sees it going on. Um, Father Vicente, and he sends her or convinces her mom or whatever to send her off to the convent to become a nun, and to sort of recount for her sinful thoughts and actions. Um, you know, Basically that. And she goes to the convent, and right away it's kind of like something's going on here. And it's they kind of strip her naked, and then there's a really good scene where the father Vincente is asking her, but in a confession booth, like about this situation with her cousin. And he's like straight up like, jerking off to it. And you're like, oh, okay, so this place is fucked. You know what I mean? So then they end up you kind of find out throughout the film that not only are they just like twisted, but they're actually like Satan worshipers. So this is a like sect of Satan worshipers in this um convent of religious people and spiritual people, and it's also set during like the Inquisition era as well. So that comes into play later in the movie, but then it's basically just this girl sort of being like tortured and gaslit the rest of the movie, until she tries to make attempts to she just tries to make an attempt to escape once. And then some fucking weirdo fat guy just like brings her back or whatever, because he's like, because the Father Vicente is a very respected and trusted figure in the community. Uh, and of course you have like the Mother Superior, who's also like torturous. At one point they put like these thorn bush things, like thorn branches, like over her boobs and like lower stomach and stuff, and she has to wear it around under her nun attire for to like attest to her sins. Also, the father Vincente actually like forces her to perform oral sex on him. They lock her in a thing. And then eventually they like toss her to the Inquisition and say that she's a witch. And I'll kind of leave off the plot there. So you have a lot of themes in here. Obviously, themes of, um, any devout sort of like religious people turn to monstrous things. I think that's a theme here. Very anti-religion, very anti-Catholicism. Um, the the film itself is actually shot like really good. It's a very beautiful movie. It feels like it has a big budget. The 4K transfer is like insane. This was a film that this was one of 16 films that was produced between directed by Franco, produced by Erwin C. Dietrich. So this is one of, I think it was like a little before the Greta the Butcher or the Wicked Warden, um, or right after or something. I don't know remember the filming order from when they talked about it. But yeah, this is considered one of the like better budgeted movies of those 16. I'm not sure exactly what the 16 are. And then I think that the it's actually not that graphic. Like I think Moods mentioned that on 22 shots. There are some nudity scenes involving the lead character, which I'll get into in a bit. There's actually some really there's a scene where like they're like having sex with the devil basically, and like all the nuns just start ripping their shirts open, and it's like really funny because it's just like for tits. And there's the Satan character is actually like has the most disgustingly hairy hands ever. Like it just, but it's not like fur, like it's not like covered, like it's like just strings of hair. Like it looks like they just had like honey on their hand and like dipped it into like your chick's hairbrush or something. Like that kind of hair. It's just weird. Um and yeah, so yeah, I mean I think that it's actually a pretty good movie, honestly. I pretty much like the whole thing. I do think the ending is a bit like abrupt, sort of like not explained a ton. And it is kind of surface level Satanism too. There's nothing like really unique that you haven't seen before. But I think it's like creepy that, this, and you actually feel extremely bad for this girl because she's like so innocent and doesn't really have any impure thoughts that much. She does have like this one dream where there's just like a quick shot of like semen splatting on her face, and it's just like kind of like she's having a dream and like
Yeah.
about and the whole thing with her cousin. I think it's supposed to be her cousin like semen on her face, but it's just like a real quick for like cut like shot, um and then like easily missable. But I don't think there's like a ton of uniqueness to it, but I do think that the character is like well written enough to where you genuinely feel bad for her. And I think it's because she's so innocent too. Like she doesn't know any of this stuff, and they're forcing her to, they're like gaslighting her into thinking that she's like doing all this sinful shit when it's really just them being perverts. So yeah, that's basically the film. I would probably honestly give it like a 7.5 out of 10. I really liked it. Um, Now the lead actress in the film, like you guys alluded to at the top of the show, is 16 years old in this movie. The character and her actual age, the actress's age, which is definitely like problematic because there's nudity. And earlier when I said it wasn't that sleazy, there is a actual like full on shot of a vagina. It's not this girl, but it is. There's that, so that's about as sleazy as it gets.
And there
You
is a
can
cum shot in the
thickness.
face.
Yeah, yeah, I mentioned that. Um, and
A little sleazy.
yeah, and so the the actress being 16 years old is a little problematic. And I was even like, is this like a like I don't know what the laws and rules are with like art and stuff like that, but I imagine you couldn't sell this if it wasn't legal, right? So it's like it is weird. And I tried to ignore that fact the entire movie because I didn't want to think about it. Um I actually would have preferred to not even know that. Well, maybe not. I don't know. At
It's
least
hard
if
not to
I
think about it because when you're watching the film, she legitimately looks like a young child,
yeah,
and
I think when
that's
she
how I
has the
found.
hood on, she doesn't look like as young, but when she doesn't have the hood on, she looks really young
Yeah, dude.
in
That's
the
why I looked it
face.
up. I
And
was like, I like paused it and Googled it. I was like, oh fuck, dude, what the
yeah,
hell, man?
and not only is it breast, but it's like full frontal with her too, so it's like really
There's a lot of
awkward.
shots of her muff. It's crazy.
She's naked throughout a lot of the movie
Yeah,
too.
a lot.
But I did hear that a lot of when possible they use a nude body double, which is kind of interesting. Because her face is in a lot of shots and it's clearly her in a lot of shots, so it's like
Hmm.
why even bother at that point. um
Yeah.
but so this film, like I said at the top, it was produced out of Germany and Switzerland, and it was filmed in Portugal, all of which those countries, this is considered of age, at least at that time. I don't know what the law is today, but 16 was considered an adult in those countries, in all three of those countries. So, and also this girl's parents was completely cool with the film as well. So I did hear that in the commentary.
And it's like one of her first movies too, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Like what an introduction to your film
I
career.
know,
What the
right?
heck?
So yeah, definitely a little problematic, not something that I'm like trying to see, you know what I mean? But
Yeah, nice cover.
it's like I try to take the movie as like art, you know what I mean? So
This is art. This
definitely a
is
bit
art.
weird.
This is art.
It actually is a little bit. Did you guys watch it? You watched it.
Yeah,
You don't
man.
think this has like a
Yeah, I watched
meaning
it.
and a point
It's
and stuff like that?
it's a legitly amazing, like it's a really well shot film. Acted like it's a good
It
film.
might be the most artistic Franco movie I've ever seen,
It's up there.
honestly.
I mean, from this era
With
though,
the
too, because
naked
what JP's
kids.
alluding to with like the 16 films that were produced in like this era and stuff. So I know Full Moon had done a box set with like 10 of those films, and it is hit and miss. This is definitely one of the better produced films from that time period. But Franco is like, he always had different budgets and stuff like that. But some of the films, I mean, Jack the Ripper was in that realm too. The one with Claude Kinski.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good film. I think you probably watch it for 76, but so he had some decent budgets for those
Did
films that he
all
did.
did all 16 movies come out in the span of 1 or 2 years?
I
Probably.
swear they're from like 75 to like 77 for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But of course, he also is, he does a lot of women in prison stuff as well, which a lot, like what Troy Howarth was saying that like
A couple of those are part of that. Yeah.
nunsploitation is kind of an offshoot of women in prison because it deals with a lot of the same themes and stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I thought it was actually like pretty competent movie, like, and I thought that the story was good, the setting was good, it was shot well, acting was good. I mean, Father Vincente is like really good in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He comes off like super creepy and priesty, also kind of creepy. But uh yeah, so that's basically the review. I did actually check out all the special features on this one. The commentary with author and film historian Troy Howarth. Um, that was a pretty good commentary. Troy always kind of brings the heat. He's basically an encyclopedia of movies. Like he just walks you through like the time period, what Franco was doing at the time, the movies in before and after, the concept of the movie, like how what it was based on. He did get into the lead actress and basically said what I repeated, that where it was like completely legal and considered of age in those countries, all three of the countries. I think the entire movie was shot in Portugal, actually. He mentioned that as well. He talked about, the themes of the movie and how, it's sort of like a very like anti, um, religious film,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
it's commenting on the, like Moodz always says, the hypocrisy of the Catholic Church.
It's exactly what it's doing. Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty good commentary overall. I mean, it was I learned a lot. I felt very fascinated with it. Um, and then there are only like two other features. One is Memoirs of Portuguese Nun. And I think that is I want to say, I can't, it might be the producer. It looks like an archival interview. I'm almost certain that it is. Um, I don't catch the name because it's like starts so fast and or I forget the name or whatever. So I can't remember who was talking, but I think it might have been a producer or something. And he was just sort of talking about like the films of the time, Franco's career and stuff like that. It's only like 12 minutes or something. It wasn't that interesting. And then the last feature is Jess Franco and Lena Rame in Munich. And this was basically like footage from Franco, and I don't know if it's his wife or an actress or something. Lena Rame, you guys familiar with that
Yeah, yeah.
name?
She's like yeah, she was partners
It's
with
his
Franco.
muse.
Okay,
And she was probably in like what 20, 30 films at least.
okay.
Is this like the
Yeah,
So
only
she's like the Sherry Moon zombie of like
Yeah, and no one brings this up.
Jess Franco.
By the way, no one brings that up. Like he put his muse in there. Does she even get naked in this movie?
I don't know who she is.
She's like the main nun that's always with her.
Oh, like the Mother Superior?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Does she get I can't even
I'm
remember.
pretty sure she's the one with the mole, right?
Oh yeah, no, she does actually. Yeah, yeah, no, there's definitely a scene where she's on the yeah. But yeah, generally like a lot of her films, like she's the sex feature of every film. So right.
I don't
No,
even
she's
see
definitely
her in the cast.
she's in the she definitely gets naked in the film for sure.
But anyway,
Yeah.
the oh yeah, the feature. It's them at I don't know what year it is, but I feel like it's like 2012 or 10 or something like that. But they're in it's some like festival or convention or something in Munich, and they do like a little Q&A and stuff like that, and then they like kind of walk around and talk a little bit. So it's only like a couple like 7 or 8 minutes long or something like that. It was really interesting because I think Franco died like shortly after that. I think something came up at the end of it. It's pretty cool little archival piece there. So yeah, pretty neat. And then there's just trailers, photo gallery. There's I didn't watch the trailers, but there's Erwin C. Dietrich trailers. So I'm wondering if it's like the 16 films, like trailers for all of them. I don't know.
Probably
It would be cool. I
probably
should
got
have
Voodoo
clicked on
Passion
that
on
actually.
there. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, pretty happy with this release. I like this movie a good bit, and I'm happy to have it in the collection. Not sure if I'll watch it anytime soon, but um, I like nunsploitation, and yeah, I dug the movie. What did you guys think since you watched it too,
I think it's good.
Tony?
I think it's definitely from that period. That is one of the better later 70s periods of Franco filmmaking. There's quite a few good films in there. I like this one. I mean, it's for me, it was a little bit of an interesting watch because I was like, fuck, I don't really like looking at young naked girls like that, but competently, the movie is really well made. And I mean, like you said, it's nothing mind blowing when it comes to the satanic stuff, and it's pretty standard kind of things. But overall, man, the set pieces are really good. The costumes are really good. It's a competent film. It's a good Jess Franco film. I give it like a 7 out of 10. So
What about you, Tony?
I think I pretty much had like the same experience as I had with Fear as a Thousand Eyes. Where like I can acknowledge the fact that it's like a well-made movie and everything, but just like everything in it, the subject matter just wasn't the most interesting to me. And then on top of that, knowing that the girl is 16, it kind of just like almost like tarnished the entire experience. So I think I was more like a 5, 5.5 on this one.
But let me ask you something. If the priest was played by George Kennedy, would it up the experience for you?
Yes. That would
Yep.
have made it at least a 7,
I knew it.
At least.
at the very least.
Right. Right. That's awesome. All right, man. Good shit. Good shit. All right, Tyler, what do you got for us?
All right. What everyone's been waiting for. It's Fritz Lang's
Is it 2 movies?
Indian epic. Yes, two
Mhm.
movies.
Okay.
It's his Indian epic. But yeah, it is 2 films, but yeah, it starts, they're clearly filmed at the same time together, and like one ends, and then that's where the other one picks up. And at the end of the first one, it's even like, for even more suspense, and bigger, and grander, and just like hypes up, like, check out the sequel. But yeah, Fritz Lang, it's someone I bring up a lot. I'm sure I have at this point. Fritz Lang is one of my favorite directors to ever exist. So this really was it would be a travesty, as JP said last episode, if I didn't select these. I even came tonight prepared. I got my Metropolis shirt on. Uh, Fritz Lang's most popular, in my opinion, best work. But yeah, if you haven't heard of Fritz Lang, he's pretty much been here since the dawn of filmmaking. He's probably one of the top 2 most notable directors to come, or top 3, arguably, to come out of the German Impressionist era, which really dominates the most. I would say some of the most significant early silent films. So, and obviously with that, that sets the foundation for what film was going forward. So he's really a pioneer in that sense. And Metropolis was this giant, the sure I'm was this giant sci-fi epic that came out in 1927. That's still like amazing looking today. The first time I saw it was probably 15 years ago. And it was, like watching a film like that it's also 2.5 hours long, was so far out of my element, and I still like loved it then. It made a big impression on me, and I've seen a lot of his films, a lot of his other films. It's not about 15 of them. No, there's plenty of big ones to come out of that era. He moved to Hollywood in the early 30s, and that was mostly because he fled Germany. When he was making his films in the 20s, he was the second wife who went on to become a card-carrying Nazi. He actually even had an arranged meeting forced upon him with Goebbels to talk about Metropolis because it's a film he liked very much. But yeah, in the early 30s, he fled Germany, being half Jewish himself. He was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. It's getting bad here. And went over and started making movies in Hollywood. And for a lot of his career, he mostly made noir films and just like human dramas. He made some really notable films in Hollywood too, and some really good ones I've seen in the 30s are much lesser known. But he definitely had a problem with authority, or at least was very had a lot of contempt for authority, and was very critical of the U.S. Justice system, which is actually a theme you see a little bit, kind of a lot when you start diving into 30s films. But this film is from 1959, though, and it's so much different than anything I've ever seen from him. And I've seen films all across his career. I've seen it's mostly really just like sci-fi and like noirs, dramas, and I've seen one western by him. That was also in the 50s. So maybe in the 50s he was looking to do different things because this is I guess it's the same in the sense that it's a suspense movie, but it's also more of an adventure. And he definitely had work with grander sets before, like I was talking about with Metropolis, but this is like much more. It's not even that like it looks like it's like a big expensive movie and like grand and what you think of when you think of like big Hollywood movies, like when people say that from this era. But they definitely do. That's one of the big positives about this movie. That like the production design is amazing. They do a lot to sell the fact this is in India, even though they did shoot some of this in India, but they were really only allowed to get shots of the palaces pretty far away. All the interiors and anything close, like those were all basically shot in Germany, and they do a really good job of selling the fact that it's India to you. But so I thought this was an American movie when I got it. Apparently, by the late 50s, he was sick with Hollywood and didn't want to make movies there anymore, so he went back to Germany and made this. And I said, I thought it was like I said, I thought it was an American movie, so I'm expecting it to be in English, and then it's subtitled. So okay, I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. They must actually be like speaking Indian or something. But as I'm like, I saw pretty quickly, like, oh, this isn't Indian. This is they're speaking German. This is a German movie. Okay,
German,
uh,
but they're Indian.
yeah, but they're Indian. But as I kept
Hell yeah.
watching, yeah, I'm sure there was some extras on set, but I started to realize that basically the entire main cast is just a bunch of German guys in brown face. Yeah, and when I had that
Yep.
realization, I
What
started
year is this from?
59.
Well, there you go. That's exactly
Yeah,
why.
so it was a bunch of German dudes in brown face speaking German, but they were in India. So that was pretty funny. There's like three white people in this movie, and they like make a point to tell you over and over, like, "Oh, you're from Europe. You're European. You're European ways." They just keep bringing it up. It's so fucking funny. I'm just dying. Like that. As like it was like every character in the movie that I looked it up to confirm it. Like the lead girl, this is an American girl that they brought over here, and everybody else is just like German or European, other than maybe some extras. They're all just in brown face. It's fucking hilarious once I realized that, which kind of made these movies a lot more fun. Just like having realized that. So you got a couple main players in these. Your biggest one is you got this engineer who they make sure to tell you he's from Europe, Harold, and Harold has come to help build like help to develop the city of Eschnapur. How do you say this? Eschnapur. It looks it's pronounced basically exactly as it's spelled. They said it a bunch of times, but Eschnapur. So he's been hired to come and develop the city, build schools, build hospitals, and stuff like that. And you have the scene where he's like looking at all these models, and this is where you meet our other one of our other really big players, the Maharaja, which is basically like their king or their prince, and that's Chandra. And as he arrived there, he sees this like smoking hot like Indian belly dancer girl, and like he's like immediately like smitten with her. So after his meeting, he's like looking all over for her. And he finds her, and then it's so fucking goofy. He goes to this girl and she's like randomly singing some Irish song, and he's like, "Hey, oh, that's a European song. I know that. That's Irish. Are you European?" And this random woman in India, that he just like somehow like unravels this mystery. She's like, "Well, I don't really remember my dad." And this guy, I shit you not, says, "Was he a pale face like me?" I fucking lost it.
Oh my
There's just
God.
so much goofy shit like this in this movie that she's like, "Well, he left me this guitar," and this Indian girl just randomly pulls it. Well, it's the American girl in brown face. She's not really an Indian girl. Fucking pulls out this guitar, and it says like "From Frank to Joe," something, some shit like that. The guy picks it up. He's like, "See, you must be half European." It's like you could. It fumbles right into this, and I'm just like kind of dying at all this. And
Is this meant
it,
to be a comedy?
no,
What?
it's dead serious. It's just the
Jesus.
way this is like aged and like how like the standards of writing like at the time, or I don't know, but it's just goofy. It was just making me laugh, which made it better. Uh, yeah, and that woman is named Sita, who's like this exotic dancer. That's like the object of these uh all these people. And so he's like he's already those two are already starting to get hot for each other. And she's like she dances in the temple. And does like all these that's like her job. She's like works for um she lives under the Maharaja and dances for people. And so she's at this temple doing this like doing one of these Indian dances. And it, it's just it's so goofy, just like what like the way it just films it. At this point, I'd figured out that it was just like German dudes in brown face, and it's just like this like scene of these guys just like watching this woman like dance, this American woman dance to Indian music, and that was like while that was going on, they did it to get this architect guy in this palace so he could survey it for work he's gonna do. And this guy like randomly finds this room full of lepers that they just like threw in the like you guys are like we're getting rid of you guys and just like locks the door like that's how we got rid of our lepers
And he like randomly finds this room. The whole point is to show you that like this Chandra Maharaja guy is cruel and not really like what he seems and chivalrous and eccentric like he's like had so far. But it picks that up and it just like it just like never touches it again. I thought that was kind of funny too. There's just randomly this like room of lepers locked in this palace. Uh, but then like from there it kind of it goes where you expect an adventure romance type of movie where this Chandra guy's like he wants to see the woman and he takes her to this other part of the city on this that you have to get like to a boat to and that's like his personal part of the island and basically like traps her there to make him his wife and it becomes like an adventure like battle where the architect and him face off for true love and that's kind of where this thing goes. And in like the meantime, his colleague comes in who's also married to his sister to like kind of build up and like complicate the situation. But it's kind of hard to like talk about past that because now you're getting to spoiler territories. And like I said, the movies pick up right after where they leave off. So you kind of can't even talk about like the second one in the same way without just straight up spoiling the first one. But the way this movie kind of plays out, it's obviously not to the same type of like dramatization, but it kind of reminds me of the Empire Strikes Back in a way, where it's like, okay, I'll get you next time. Like you won this round, but I'll get you next time.
Are you saying that Lucas ripped this movie off for Empire?
No, not necessarily. I'm not even saying
that's
like,
all I got from that.
I'm not even saying which way it goes, but it's that same type of concept where like I'll like okay you won this battle but it's not over yet and I'll see you next time and it kind of leaves on a cliffhanger and like plants the seeds for like a more epic showdown and then gives you like it says in those credits it gives you like a show up next like wait for the need more suspense bigger or grander and tries to hype up going to see the next movie so that's essentially your Tiger Eschnapur movie without really relentlessly spoiling the back half of it but it's really like set this it's this like this goofy German movie set in India like in this like over the top Indian story with Indian dancers and cobras and all a bunch of German guys in brown face. And, it was kind of it's not the greatest movie. Like you also remember First Lang was like 69 years old when he's making this movie. Yeah, and that was almost 70
When
years
was
ago.
his last movie?
He died in 76, so it had to be sometime in the 60s, I would think. I don't know if he just like really like went to the wheels fell off. He was 86 when he died. But he's done with Hollywood. He's getting to the end, but he probably like got the red card. He got pretty much got the red carpet to like make this movie. This was like, I guess, was an expensive movie, even though they could only like shoot so much in India. But yeah, the sets in it are insane, and like the costumes on the production team did a great job in it. And that's like one of the big like checks on this movie. It's like it's a I don't know if it's like a little by the number, not like by today's standards because we've seen like the adventure drama romance story plenty of times. I don't know where I know this is adapted from a novel, so maybe it was a little bit more adventurous or a little bit more unique back then. But it's not that it's not unique, but it's there's nothing in here that's like really like subverting your expectations or blowing you out of the water. No like super clever writing or anything. Just like this pretty kind of easy going and like I think you're just supposed to saturate in the atmosphere adventure epic. But getting to the third one, the second one, I'm sorry, the Indian Tomb, which strangely enough, I'd heard about this movie. I'd never heard about the first one, and I had no idea this was some sort of like two-part series. But the tomb refers to you get the name the Indian Tomb. I'm sure you can guess where the tiger Eschnapur comes from, without getting into crazy spoilers. But yeah, there's a tiger at some point in the movie, and it's at the city of Eschnapur. So the Indian Tomb, as I had mentioned, I segued a little at the end of Tiger. His colleague has showed up, who's married to his sister. So there's someone there. Like they can't make this guy like this guy can't like disappear or anything. Like he can't. There's someone on his side for this face off that they're starting to set up. And his friend is his colleague is also an engineer, And so he's meeting with this Maharaja Chandra. It actually happens at the end of the first movie, but they show you a little recap, and it's a more prominent part of this story. But this guy's like talking in riddles, like, I want you to build a tomb. He's like, I'm sorry. So like the architect guy's like, oh, I'm sorry you lost someone close. He's like, who said or I'm sorry you lost someone who cared about you or something. He says, who says they cared about me? He's just like, he's talking. You can see all these ridiculous stuff. He's like, well, I'm sorry you lost. So he's like, who says they're dead? Like, and he's like, wants to build this tube for a person who's going to die precisely when the tube is built. And he's like, hold on, you're trying to get me to build an execution stage, and that becomes like the big hot contested reveal. And where I kind of alluded to in the Empire Strikes Back in the last film, this starts to build up like Return of the Jedi, where you have these characters that left in a cliffhanger over, basically start to build up this army for this sort of rebellion and big finish that eventually culminates. But it's kind of hard to talk about that because I can't even really tell you any really much about that without completely spoiling the first one. But I guess that's just how this sort of thing works. Uh, but this one, I think maybe the pacing was a little bit worse, but it maybe had some higher points, and it probably had the highest point of the series. So I had mentioned that this character Sita does this dance in the temple, this Indian dance at the temple in the first one, and it's pretty central. But for the most part, she's wearing she's wearing like covered up pretty well. It's like it's not like it's she's wearing more layers that are like see through. So it's pretty decent. You know what I mean? But it's still sensual. So in this movie, there's like a lit. So you get to another point where she's doing she's doing the temple scene again, but it's like in a different setting and it's more intense and more important. And there's like literally this big giant cobra like sitting up, like watching her dance. And this woman comes down the stairs like in a robe and is doing all these cobra things with her hand, then throws off her robe. I swear to God, all she was wearing was basically pasties that covered her nipples, her crotch, and her ass, and that's it. And I was just like, holy shit. And she does like the same type of dancing that even goes long, and it's like super sensual. It is like straight like pervert central. To give you an idea, for everyone watching this on video, this is what she's wearing when this happens. And you can kind of see all it is like right here. It's like a pasty where the crotch. You can see your hip bones, you can see like her pelvis, like all that stuff. And then like these, it's not even connected like where her breasts are. It's just like two pasties here, and then the pasties like still go up to her ass. But like there's like plenty of spots where she's like dancing sideways. She just like looks like naked. And I thought like the amount of sensuality they were putting in this
Boing.
was like nuts for 1959. When she like throws off the robe, you're like, holy
Was there titties?
shit. No, she has pasties on, but like
Oh, come
Pretty
on.
much.
for 50 like 459 it was wild.
59 is pretty wild.
And, like this is all restored. It's real good looking. Like you see everything. It's like it is. I was a little taken back by just like the sheer amount of like sexuality allowed in this scene. It's actually funny too. In his film Metropolis, he kind of has a 1927 version of that scene. But yeah, that was like the high. That part was like the highlight of the set. And for the most part, like it ends up being enjoyable. Like I said, this one was a little sluggish, maybe with some higher points, but again, it's not really subverting your expectations or doing anything unexpected. But it's enjoyable enough. So I wouldn't say either of these movies is great. But they're both good. They're both enjoyable. But this is obviously gonna be for like a super niche audience. Like I don't know how many people are buying like Vincent that are also like have this weird fascination with Fritz Lang. And like I can't imagine this really being that appealing if you don't already if you're not watching this as like, oh, this is like a Fritz Lang deep cut. Like I don't think this is going to be the type of thing that's going to be appealing to anyone outside of that little audience, unless like you're really into this film era. Which again, it's like you're talking about a niche curiosity piece. So I definitely enjoyed it in that sense. I'm glad I watched it. It definitely feels like a little piece of history, and I felt like it was like a really cool like a cool little spotlight to a part of Lang's career that is usually out of the realm of what I'm watching when I'm watching his work. So yeah, it was neat in that sense. But as for the quality of the films themselves, like I'm getting laughs and enjoyment kind of out of things in the movie that necessarily aren't supposed to be there to entertain me. It's just the way they've aged and how my sense of humor is. But I don't think these are boring. I don't think like they're bad. They're shot very well. They look very well. They look very good. But I mean, for a move for what's essentially rolls out to be like close to a 3.5 hour movie, like I don't want to like set anyone's expectations that this is like some grand like must see. I'd probably give both the movies a 6.5, and it's a cool little curiosity piece for a niche audience, and I'm glad I saw it. As you can expect, there's not a ton of special features on here, but I don't think that's always a bad thing. Like I don't need a bunch of special features about this movie, but there was a 20-minute documentary on it that I think it probably came out in the 90s, I would guess. It's a retro doc, but it's actually pretty good. It's got interviews with the producers, how like, and they talk how Fritz Lang got to be on the project. There was a film historian that was an expert on Fritz Lang in the movie. The woman that played Harold's sister, and married to his colleague, was still alive when that was made. So she had a little part of the interview, but it wasn't just these interviews of people where they're just asking him questions like in it, or they're just talking about their time on set. It actually like painted a little narrative. You saw little shots of the set, and it told you about like how like where the original script came from and this and that, and then like it interject people talking, like these people talking, giving experiences ultimately. So it did make it more educational, and I think I because of the structure, it was better than your typical like interview or you're just asking questions or someone just babbling. And I definitely liked it for that. Probably the most interesting thing I learned about this is he actually wanted to adapt this in 1921. He had written a script. He was obviously much younger then, didn't have the gas he had when he was in his late 60s with a career he'd spent. And he had actually written a draft of it, and he was going to direct it. And his like producer or writing partner basically sandbagged and said, "I'm going to direct it." And the movie never got made, but they had a falling out, and that was the end of them. And when after he had like at the word I got out that he didn't want to make any more Hollywood movies, he basically got an invitation to direct this movie because he had researched it all like 30 something years ago and had written the original script for the adaptation. So that's what he got involved with the project, and it seemed like the people that like were still alive that had worked on this movie had like were just like it, they were honored to like get to work with Fritz Lang on this movie, and yeah, he definitely showed he could handle like the grandeur parts of his career, and he does I think make this movie look a little bigger than it could have, given how much they had to shoot this on sound sets and the minimal amount of footage they really got in India. But yeah, it's a little offbeat, cool movie with some cool historical context to it, and that's about what I expected from this. And yeah, not really much a whole lot more to say about it, but if you're a fan of Fritz Lang, I guess this deep cut Indian epic might not be the worst pickup.
That's like the
Indian-
deepest of cuts.
Yep.
Indian epic? You mean German brown faces?
Yeah. It's fucking, when I realized it's like, oh my god, these are just fucking German dudes.
Dude,
speaking
when did you
German
ever
brown
see
face.
back in the day, especially in the 50s and 40s, 50s, 30s, 40s, 50s, ever use authentic people? It was always white people.
I didn't really know
makeup.
what to, I didn't know what to expect when I got it. I didn't really look into it that far. I honestly thought it was a Hollywood movie. And I thought it was probably like shot in India. I didn't think it was just gonna like literally be like Indian speaking German and just guys in brown face.
Fucking hilarious. That's funny. Well, all right, man. So that is going to conclude the solo reviews. Let's get into the featured reviews. Yes, that is plural. We're going to get into the Reviver Volume 2 release. Yeah, this is one I was actually looking forward to because it actually sounded pretty damn decent.
No, you were hating on it. You're like, oh, we're gonna pick Reviver to review.
Yeah, I was hating on it for sure. And then I looked into it and I was like, oh, this actually seems like it might be pretty cool. So Yeah, so we're gonna start out with the first feature here from 1965. Actually, both of them are from 1965. Directed by Newt Arnold, and it is called The Horror from Beyond.
When his name popped up on the screen, I was like, can't be the same guy.
It doesn't even like his name doesn't even sound like a real name. It doesn't even sound real.
I know. The only thing, I mean, I literally only know him from Bloodsport, but and I looked him up afterwards. Like he looks like he made like 5 movies, but
Yeah, I
made me
did.
laugh. As like the guy from Bloodsport made this.
It's funny, man. He directed 4 movies and 2 of them have blood in the title. Amazing. But it's quite fucked up too, man. Like 1965 he did this film, 1971 he did Bloodthirst, which seems like Vinegar Syndrome actually released this one on one of their double features way back in the day. It was one of their first releases within like the first 20 releases or whatever. I don't think I watched
They
that.
actually made that in 65 too. They say that in the special features,
Yeah,
and
and
it wasn't
got-
released until 71.
Yeah, it was weird because even they say in the special features, it was weird that that movie out of the 4 movies that was produced in the Philippines in 1965, that was the one that got released. It's like so strange.
Yeah, because it's probably guaranteed to be the worst one.
Yeah, I think that from what I gather, yeah. So, and then yeah, so 1971, 1988, he did Bloodsport. The fuck, it's like so
Yeah.
random. So,
Wicked random.
but yeah,
That is so fucking random.
I was really gonna go back and grab that DVD and do you own that one, Tony? The double feature with Blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, did you watch it?
Blood Drinkers, I think. Is that what it was?
No, it's not Blood Drinkers. That's a different one.
I watched it like when it first came out. I couldn't. I remember probably maybe like 2% of what I saw.
Dude, I can't remember if I watched it or
Like,
not.
that was
That's
a-
the thing.
It was on a double feature like Drive-In Classics DVD. When did the fuck did that even come out? It had to have been over 10 years ago.
Oh man, like those early Vinegar Syndrome double features, man, were dude, that's right at the beginning, like 2012, 2013.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
what did you bring that up for? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, so Bloodthirst was one of the other films that this director did, and Vinegar Syndrome actually put that one out. It was one of their very first releases on one of their double features. And I can't remember if I watched it. I watched a bunch of those. I just can't remember if I watched that one or not. But anyways, fast forward to 1965. Yeah, rewind, fast forward, whatever. The Horror from Beyond. Synopsis: a fisherman is strangled to death and investigators come to believe it may have been by the irradiated skeleton that was found near the body. So I read the synopsis on this before I popped in. I was like, what? I'm like, a skeleton was strangling people? I'm like, this can't be bad. I'm like, or can it really be bad? To my amazement, this was really good. This was a lot better than I ever anticipated the movie to be. Actually, quite shocking. Quite shocking. So what are you guys' thoughts on this one?
Well,
I really
first
liked it
off,
too.
with the restoration, I thought it was by that little trailer that they put out with this. I thought it was going to be way worse than it was.
I'm not
I
sure.
think it almost adds to like the vibes of it.
Like
Yeah.
none of that water damage even really shows up until 25 minutes, and it just eventually just goes away. I thought it was going to be like the whole
Yeah.
movie.
I
Yeah,
agree with JP.
there's about a 10-minute span, maybe 10-12 minutes where the water damage, but it's the weirdest point in the film too, because it's at the point in the film where the creature is finally being exposed for what it is.
Yeah,
And
I
then
kind
it's
of
got-
liked it. It
It's got
was
this
like,
ridiculously rhythmatic pulsation.
yeah, I was having
and it's
fun
almost
just,
like it's
watching
almost
it
like
It
it's
feels like
masking.
water.
It feels like
Yeah,
it's
kinda.
masking. It feels
Yeah.
like it's almost masking the creature, and it's totally not meant to be like that. But it's weird because it's really rhythmatic, so it kind of adds to like the atmosphere and what's going on in the film. It really doesn't. It's not even distracting at all. It's like the weirdest thing while you're watching.
Yeah,
it.
I was having
100%.
fun,
It's
like
weird.
just watching it change shapes and go in. And
Right.
out.
Another thing on top of that is like during those scenes, like with the water damage, like most of everything that's being shot is like centrally focused, so you're really not losing anything when you're watching it.
No,
That's a
at
good
all.
really.
point. That's a really good point, actually. A really good point, actually. But it's crazy too because when the water damage is doing what it's doing, it's coming from, east and west, and it's kind of going into the middle. The restoration on what you can see is so good that it's like mind-blowing how fucking clear it is. You're like, this is crazy. So it almost feels like the water damage is actually part of what's happening. Really interesting. I don't think we're ever
They
going to see another
restored the
film.
damage.
It's almost like I don't think we're ever going to see another film that actually has this. You know what I mean? Like, it really kind of added to the whole atmosphere. It added to, like, it almost became like a fucking part of the narrative. It was weird.
Well, that's what I said, because
Strange.
the movie's about like this thing that washes up from the water,
Yeah.
and it is water damage, and it kind of reminds you of like waves.
Yeah, and like really when that shows
Yeah,
up,
it's such a
kind
good
of when
point.
they're getting to the reveal of what the first time it gets out and you start to see it.
When
It
can I
lines up
Did you
funny
guys
like
watch
that.
Did you guys watch the Flesh Eaters for 64 yet?
Yeah.
No, it was one of my
Now,
it was
like,
one of my
that's
hidden.
like, it's like the same fucking thing, except that's like completely deliberate. Like, where in that movie, like, the director, like, deliberately scratched the film, like, on all the little bug scenes, and it's basically the same effect.
Yeah.
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 Except this time it's a happy accident. It fucking works, like, almost amazingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that this movie is like really cool, like story wise too. It's just like it's like this, it's creepy, like there's
Yeah, the atmosphere was one of the better things about
Well, here's
this
another
movie.
example of a film that's shot in the Philippines with Filipino actors for the most part. I mean, there's a bunch of Filipino actors, but they're all speaking English, and it's dubbed in
Yeah.
English too, right? So there you go.
Yeah, I like how it's kept kind of small too.
wait, so you think
It's-
that so they were speaking English on set?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
yeah,
they were.
Yeah, 100% they are.
it looked like it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like how it's kept kind of small cast for like the first half of it. I like how it's the creature feature aspect is cool. The design is cool. The skeleton effects. Uh, I had no idea what to expect because I didn't get the first Reviver
Did you
sets.
know what Reviver was before?
I kind of knew the concept around like what it was going to be, but I had no idea like what it would actually mean in terms of like quality or like what are we actually getting here specifically other than oh it might be oddities and restoration and so I knew that but when I threw it on I was like this quality is actually pretty damn good like
Oh, the
um
restoration's insane.
yeah, like you guys have already mentioned, like I think it was in this one, they said it was like a little bit of water damage. And when it first hit, I was like, oh, okay, here's what they were talking about. And then it goes away relatively quickly. And I'm like, oh, it? Like,
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be the rest of the movie or most of it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be way more
Yeah.
damage.
It was
than
about
was.
like 10 minutes from what I remember, but it like the
It
whole
was
time
just, it was
happening,
one reel, and that was it.
yeah, and it just felt like it was part of the story. It was really trippy. It was like super
yeah,
trippy.
I really like this era of like horror sci-fi movies and like creature features. And this one to me, it fits like right in with like a lot of other stuff I've seen. There's like some unexplainable creature or, it alludes to like what's going on, but it's never 100% certain. And eventually the creature comes alive and starts having a reign of terror.
I like the
I-
investigation part at the beginning where they're
Mhm.
just like the one dude's like not buying it, but they keep having like more and more evidence that like, yo, this is fucking weird, bro. Like,
It takes them like 3/4 of the film to finally accept that like
yeah,
the skeleton might actually be doing some shit.
I love that cop character.
Dude, the
Yeah.
He's such a
dialogue is
fucking
so
jerk.
hokey. It's so hokey though.
It's delivered so deliberate despite being hokey.
It's amazing.
It's like a weird dynamic because like yeah, like it sounds kind of hokey,
Yeah.
but it's like they play it as straight as they can, even though it's hokey. It's pretty funny.
Dude, it's super serious. It's hilarious, man. I think the effects actually even on the skeleton are actually pretty good. Like I love the scenes where the cop is talking to the coroner, whatever, the doctor, whatever the fuck you want to call him, and it kind of focuses, the camera pans down to the skeleton, and you can see the head moving like it's listening. I love those scenes, dude. It looks really good. It's actually pretty fucking cool, man. And it does it multiple times and shit. But I gotta say though, man, like how many movies are out there where your antagonist is like a skeleton? It almost plays out like a slasher film. It's like it's kind of fucking like this guy.
Kind of. It was almost giving me like tourist trap vibes, like the way they were like using the wind as like a weapon and they're like
Yeah.
throwing all the items at that one dude.
Yeah,
Mhm.
It reminded me just of the beginning of that movie. It was really cool.
but a full-on skeleton.
I thought
as
that
your-
was supposed to be something supernatural. Honestly, I thought that like the skeleton was doing that.
well, the skeleton
It
is
was
doing
doing
Yeah,
that.
that is.
Oh, okay, all right, all right. I
Yeah.
thought you were saying just like the wind was in the. I was
No.
like,
For
oh,
some
that's
reason, the
stupid.
radiation gave it like the power to control
Yeah.
wind.
Yeah.
I mean, no
Okay.
explanation, but you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
they actually do explain things pretty good in the film, like how heat affects it and how it's drawn into like the radiation of like certain things, like
Yeah,
how
they
it
would
gains
have got
power
an
from it and stuff. Like they
would've
actually
got an
make a lot of
atomic
sense.
scientist explain it to us.
I don't think it really makes a lot of
Skeleton's
sense
over 100
in
years
terms
old.
of like how it actually became a thing though, because they were studying like the radiation, doing all this type of stuff. And so was like the skeleton that like where did it actually come from?
It was just floating in the water and just
Yeah, I
happened to
don't think it
pass in
explained.
like the contaminated area and then
Right.
landed ashore.
Okay, so like it was just okay,
And
that's what I
that's-
gathered. So it was just a skeleton in a fucking coffin that just happened
Yep.
to go through this
Yeah, just a
radiation.
floating skeleton that just happened to. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I thought. I was like, did I miss something with that? I'm like, no. Okay, so that's
I mean,
exactly what it was.
You
Makes
never
it even
had
better.
You've never had random
Dude,
skeletons.
I
wash
love that
ashore?
when
But it's also weird because it's like, why does he even grow into this like specific kind of creature? Like this had to have
Yeah.
just been a man.
Dude,
I
you have
would've-
to. You
I
have
would
to.
have preferred if it stayed a skeleton the whole time.
Dude, but the
Me
thing is,
too.
I think I know it's funny, right? Because when it finally morphs into like this weird, like, I don't even know how to. It's like a combination of like the
I thought it
creature
kinda
from the
looked like-
Black Lagoon wearing the
Yup.
fucking mask from Phantom of the Paradise. I think.
Yeah, I felt like the shape of it. If at first
That's
thought
what
it
I
looked like the
thought.
creature from the
It
Black
does though,
Lagoon.
doesn't it? Right.
Just like without
Dude,
warning.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's
that's
what
a
I was
good
gonna
one
say,
too.
the
That's a good
shape
one
of it.
too.
It looks like the shape of the head.
Yeah,
It looks like
with
the
that
thing, and the
one.
way it like walks
Hmm.
and has like almost like the robe looking thing. It looks like the thing from Without Warning.
There's a couple scenes where I totally got the Phantom of the Paradise thing, but then there's a couple of angles where it's shot from the ground up and like the way the light is. And I love the lighting in this movie, by the way. I thought they lit this thing perfectly because it adds this like
Mhm.
mysterious. You don't really get to see it fully, but you can see it though at the same time. And even like with all the characters in the film, like the outside shots and stuff, it's dark, but it's still lit enough that you can see everything. I love the atmosphere in this movie. It's great. But there's a couple scenes from the ground up, and just the way the shadows hit the face, it looks like it's the creature. It looks like an alien head mixed with like the creature from the Black Lagoon combined with like the mask from the Phantom of the Paradise. It's so fucking weird. I was like, this movie's awesome. Fucking crazy. But I can see them probably designing that a little bit after Creature, because this is like 1964. It's like pretty much just a little bit after Creature. So that would make a little bit more sense. Phantom doesn't make a lot of sense at all because that's, after the fact. That's just us thinking it looks like that. But yeah, I thought that the creature looked pretty cool. I think it would have been hard to do in 1964 to keep it as a skeleton. You know what I mean? It would have been really cool because I thought that was such a cool premise that the skeleton is like doing this shit is fucking awesome. Like when it was moving its head, I'm like, are we doing this right now? I'm like, this is awesome. It's pretty cool.
Spooky, scary skeleton.
Yeah, pretty
I
cool.
love the one doctor like going to sleep with a gun because he's like afraid to like be in the same room with the skeleton because he just knows that there's something up with it.
Yeah, I love the fucking.
Going back.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's kind of an interesting film how, at one point in the film where when they call up that like main doctor whatever, and he's doing the whole he's talking on the phone and he's got the Frankenstein, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like a little, it's like a little animated doll thing on his
Yeah,
desk or
that
whatever.
like doll thing.
Yeah, and it's like it's a little bit like it's battery operated. It's like I don't know what the fuck it is, and I didn't really think anything of it. This like the one moment in the film where there's like a little bit comic relief where he's like on the phone. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and the pants come down on the Frankenstein thing. I'm like, what the fuck is that about?
You know
I'm
what's
like,
crazy? It's like going back to what you were saying about how well shot this movie was.
Mhm.
The way they like fucking spotlighted this fucking Frankenstein doll was unbelievable. Like they shot
Yeah.
it from so many different fucking awesome angles.
Yeah.
And like the whole like pants falling down thing. It's like The director really must have loved that fucking doll.
But it's funny because
But
it's almost like foreshadowing a little bit to where the film goes, because like if you watch the original Frankenstein, it becomes like it's a very sympathetic, like Frankenstein's a very sympathetic character because you know that he's not evil, but then the townspeople, you know the whole story with Frankenstein. And then what happens
there's the
here,
little girl aspect too.
that's what I'm saying, because towards the end of the film, when the creature, the skeleton, whatever the fuck you want to call it at this point, picks up the kid, and it's the same fucking thing. It's kind of like playing into this whole sympathetic kind of angle of like, you know, Frankenstein. So they foreshadowed that whole thing with that little comedic moment with the doll. And I'm like, that is actually quite brilliant. I'm like, dude, this movie is actually really good. You know, for what it is. It's a low budget film shot in the Philippines, but it's doing some things that are actually quite impressive. So yeah, I really respected that. But I thought it was an interesting angle to kind of throw that sympathetic angle into it. And the way they get the kid away, I bursted out laughing though too. I'm not gonna lie. I actually laughed out loud.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
Reminded me of like
could you not?
Beetlejuice, where he's just like, "Hey, look, it's Elvis."
Exactly what I thought, man. I'm like, how could you not trick the skeleton? It literally has no brain, right? It's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. But yeah, man, I'm telling you,
I loved how they added like the costume party aspect, because it was just like a nice like organic way to have him like mingle into like a crowd of humans without them like really sussing him out, because they just thought he was just a dude in costume. I thought that was really cool too.
yeah. Yeah, that's a great scene, man. When he like goes to that, you know, that huge party and shit and starts fucking up shit. That's pretty cool.
I love how he wasn't even really fucking doing anything.
He
And
wasn't
like that one guy just like was just on his ass. It's like, leave this dude alone. He wasn't even attacking you.
Right, right. You know, it's crazy, man.
I was gonna say also like we didn't really. I'm sure we'll get into like the actual Reviver release, uh, later. But whenever the like, because it's this is what I kind of like about the disc too, like from the first two Revivers. Like this one's kind of different. Like the first one just plays right away. This one gives you a choice between the two movies at first. It's like horror and terror or something
Yeah,
like that.
horror and terror.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And then the special features start playing right away too, which is also pretty cool. It like makes you watch them for some reason. Well, in general, I think I was just interested in them as well. But the Reviver one, Mike, because I asked you earlier if you was familiar with what Reviver is. Like the whole concept is basically to release like lost shit, you know, which is really neat. But the first one was kind of a slog. Like I liked it more than Tony because I thought it was just like a fun experience. But the movies themselves were pretty ass. This is like a complete 180, as Tony said. Like with like the quality, it went way up on this release.
Way up.
Yeah, I
Like in my
mean,
opinion, they should just like the crap from the first release, like the silent like short movies and like the 30-minute like nature documentary. Like what Vinegar Syndrome should do is just make a fucking YouTube channel and like put the shit on that. And like put the stuff that's like disc worthy on disc.
kind of like Shout Factory, like how they have all those YouTube channels now with a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I mean, we haven't even got to the second movie yet, but just even watching the first one and having real no context of what was on the first Reviver set, I was like, damn, like this is actually good. Like it feels like they didn't just randomly pull anything. It's like, oh no, they actually seeked out like a quality movie to revive and to
Well, the thing about
remix.
Vinegar Syndrome too, Mike, that I'm not sure if you're aware of, but they're not like a typical studio like Shout Factory or something. Like they're actually archiving film. Like
Yeah.
that's what they kind of do. They buy reels and reels of films from, you know, sometimes it's from people, sometimes it's from like estate
Like
sales.
shit that's not even labeled, bro.
Yeah, like but they also license stuff too.
Yeah.
So it's like a mix. Like but they also archive like a ton of just
Yeah.
films that they find. And this was like these two were, I guess, in the vault for a while, and I think Oscar said that it's like one of the most like tragic ones was this first one here that was water damaged. But
Because they
I can
interviewed the
see,
guy that had those films, right? Like
yeah, I wasn't sure if is that what they said, that he was the one that had them.
I think so. I think it like he was talking
I
about
don't know
his
if he
father.
had him or he was the one who tracked him down.
Maybe it was that. Maybe he was
Oh
the
yeah,
one that.
you're right. It was the
Yeah, because
guy, his grandpa.
yeah, it was his dad. He
Yeah.
like they bought up all these fucking films and shit like that, and they didn't really know what they bought. But his dad had this mentality where if you buy up 20 reels, maybe two might be good. It's worth it, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And I
like
get that
if
whole
you can make
mentality.
money on two of them, it's like
Yeah,
worth
then
it.
it's all worth it and shit like that. And unfortunately, that one got water damage, whatever. But they revived it, and yeah, it's I'm sure that the guy still maybe owns that. I don't know. Maybe he sold it. I have no idea. They didn't really specify exactly, but they interviewed the guy that had the film,
Mhm.
which is pretty cool. So, but yeah, the whole point is to like revive films that these things had never been released. No one's ever seen these before. Like us watching them right now, and all these reviews, these are all brand new. No one's ever seen them.
Yeah,
It's a
which is
fucking cool
incredible.
thing.
It's really incredible to think about, because it makes you think like, what else is out there? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Dude,
Like,
after finishing this, I
Right,
said
and
the
like
same thing,
this movie
JP.
is so fucking good.
After watching this double feature, like I watched movies back to back, watched the features, and I just sat there going, how many fucking other films are out there that are this good that we've, have yet to be discovered?
unearthed.
Exactly, unearthed,
Yeah,
discovered. Like,
it's very fascinating, and I think when we heard of Reviver, this release is exactly what we were hoping for, like
mm-hmm,
shit like this,
mm-hmm.
where the first Reviver was like, I it's kind of funny they let like it's either this is the best thing they ever had and they didn't want to lead with it and then disappoint everybody after,
Yeah, I can see
or
that. Yeah.
you know what I mean, or like maybe this just wasn't done but they wanted to like test the grounds with the first thing. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
yeah, because based
it
on this one, I would blind buy the next one.
It's a slippery
I
slope
am
though, man, because
100% getting the next Survivor.
it's a slippery slope because I didn't watch the first one, but after hearing you guys talk about it, I was like, oh my god! Remember, I wasn't even going to grab part two. I'm like, is it going to be this bad? And like, no, we're going to do this for
I
the
mean,
feature. I'm
Tony
like,
literally led off his review with the idea that I can't believe, all I could think about was Vinegar Syndrome sitting there laughing that I bought this thing.
hey Tyler, seriously, every fucking time I look at you, you're wearing a different fucking hat. I get it, bro. It's like
I did
times
notice that you had a
tonight.
wild hat on.
Because the wild one.
He
So I was like,
started
all
the
right,
show
let's
wearing
throw
the
the
Ducks
wild
hat,
hat on.
and then he switched
Yeah,
to
but now
the Wild.
the Ducks are up 3-1 after the first.
No,
I'm
I
like,
know what he
all right,
did.
go
I know what he did.
Ducks.
He started the show wearing the Ducks hat, and then the Wild knocked out Dallas, by
Yeah,
the way,
so-
which is really fucked up. And then he
Yeah.
went back because the game's still on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, Dallas just fucking got knocked out by fucking Minnesota.
Dude, it sucks they gotta play Colorado.
And guess what's happening here? The Ducks are going to win this game too.
I can't believe it's so fucking funny.
Anyways. Yeah, man. Dude, I'm just like kind of in awe about this. I was really enjoying, like, this was just super satisfying. I don't know about you guys, but like I just had like the greatest experience watching this double feature. I'm like, they didn't overstay their welcome. They're shorter films. They were right to the point. They were super fun. They were kind of like, I mean, this one to me felt kind of original. I mean, this is 1965. We're talking about a skeleton.
It honestly really reminded me of basically like 64 prep.
Yeah.
Well, I think initially we thought these films were from 64.
Could you imagine if they were?
But
This
like
would have
both-
changed everything. It would have been
But
awesome.
both of these really, I was just like, this feels like I'm just watching, like, this is something I would have just watched for 1964.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, these are like legit list contending films.
From that era for sure.
Yeah,
they're fun.
the first one was good enough that when I was watching, I was like, all right, no way that can like be like as good or better. And then I started and my opinion changed quick. 'Cause, I mean, we'll get to it when we get to that one, but I guess that's a preview.
Do we have anything else on this one?
I just wanted to say, like, I mean, before we get into the second one, because I noticed a correlation with the music and stuff, like the jazz soundtrack in this one. There's a very jazzy type soundtrack, and they do this in the second film too. And I'm like,
Constantly playing.
same production, same production. It kind of made sense. I mean, the films literally kind of look this exact same. Everything about them, the same actors, the same music, everything. It's just they're perfect companion pieces, right? So, but I thought the music was really good too. Very elegant, good stuff. So. I got nothing else on it. I want people to check it out. I really don't want to talk about like every single thing. So, but I do highly recommend this.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you guys rate this one?
Who?
All right, I'll go first. I'm gonna give it probably an 8 out of 10. I really liked it. Like, I just want to talk about like probably my favorite shot of the movie. It like starts off in like the black sky. It's almost like a completely like black shot and it like pans down. And then you see like the monster's like arms and his hands like from the bottom of the frame just coming up. I thought that was such a cool like atmospheric shot. And there's just so many like interesting creative shots in this movie too.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's just so many to count.
I agree,
yeah,
man.
8 out of 10.
I agree, man. The cinematography is fantastic. And honestly, dude, I love the end of the movie. I'm not going to say what it is, but I thought the last shot was great. I'm like, this
I
is
love
great
that
for
last shot.
Yeah, for 1965, I was like, that's fucking amazing. Super cool. Yeah, I just when this thing ended, I was like, really? That just happened? I'm like, this is amazing. Like, this is one of my favorite releases in a while. And I'm already halfway through this, man. This is amazing. So, but I also give it 8 out of 10 too. So same score. Rewatchability for it for sure. Could you imagine like watching this like and not telling people that hey, there's a portion in the film where it's going to be all fucked up,
and then telling them it doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter because
you quickly don't even care.
It doesn't hurt it at all. If anything, it just adds to it. 100%.
Yeah, you could probably just not even mention it, and they probably wouldn't even like think about it. Be like, oh, this is just honestly, part of the movie.
Yeah, probably just think it's part of the film, right? Yeah.
Given the context of the circumstances of you watching it, it kind of adds to it.
It does,
like
100%.
Like it might have been different if it like screwed up the whole frame and you had to endure that for like a half hour. But the fact that it's like it doesn't really block everything and it's only for like a handful of minutes, it kind of adds to the allure of like the whole concept behind what they're doing.
There's literally not even one frame in like in that 10-12 minutes where it's pulsating from east to west where it fucks up the central shot. It's like so bizarre.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it too is that it's almost timed so perfectly because like the effect starts coming in when the creature like finally reaches its final form. So it almost like gives it more of like a majestic quality.
It does. It almost feels like it's trying to block it out a little bit more. It's like, we need to like cover this up a little bit more and make it a little bit more majestic, a little bit more cosmic, right?
What it reminds me of is growing up as a kid and going to the video store and throwing in the VHS tape and the tracking's all messed up for a few minutes and like it's not detracting from the movie, but you're trying to mess with it to like fix it, and then 5 minutes later the tape just magically fixes itself. Like it kind of felt like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you.
But I also had an 8 in case I think I mentioned at the very beginning of me talking, but
all right. I'm at a 7.5 on this one.
Yeah, I can give this one a 7.
Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. So yeah, that is The Horror from Beyond from 1965. Next up is Paradise of Terror, also from 1965. Not directed by Newt Arnold. This one is directed by, oddly enough, Michael DuPont, which, they talk about him in the special features and who he was actually he was related to the very famous and rich family. What is it, the DuPont family? Like, what did they did?
The DuPont family.
Not the DuPont family.
I think it's like an oil company or something.
Oil, and they were in like
Isn't it oil?
I know they sponsor some car racing, so they must be like having to do with it. Yeah, it might be oil.
Yeah,
Tons of
I
different
know
shit.
Jeff Gordon was like a driver for like their car or some shit back in the 90s and whatnot.
But they were like this family that had their fucking hands in literally everything. But I think they made their money from oil and shit like that. So, um, but yeah, we'll maybe get into that later. So Paradise of Terror synopsis: when a military plane is shot down in an uninhabited jungle in an unknown Asian country, the men abroad have to contend with a mysterious house that once they enter it, it will prove difficult to leave. Yeah, it's pretty accurate, actually. This one is classified straight up sci-fi. Interesting.
This one feels like a
I
Twilight Zone
I felt
episode.
it
Yeah,
was
it
like a
does.
Twilight Zone episode to me. I absolutely love this one. Like as much as I like the other one, this to me is like grade A, like kind of mystery sci-fi. You don't quite ever know exactly what's going on, but there's so much going on that it like leads you right through the running time. And I just thought it was cool. The effects, what they're doing inside the house is cool. The allure of the house kind of keeping you there. I love that aspect of the house keeping them there. I love the use of like the you can slightly hear like the like voices when they're trying to leave, getting them like trying to trap them and staying. I think overall this one was super strong and a huge fan. Like I'm so impressed that this was a part of it and how much I liked it. I mean, you could tell by my pick my Plan 75 pick that these are like these type of stories are like right up my alley, and I thought this one delivered 100%. So I'll leave it at that for a sec.
Yeah, man, this one's good, and I 100% agree. In my notes, feels like an extended Twilight Zone episode. 100% it does. I swear there might even be an episode like this. I'd have to go back and revisit, but yeah, no, it's the ambiguity of it is pretty interesting. I feel like this is a film that you could probably, overcompensate, maybe over analyze a little bit, maybe with the commentary and stuff like that. I do have some ideas of maybe. I mean,
I think it's
like,
kind of ambiguous because I'm not even sure if I like
I mean,
have
just
decided what's
it's
going on in this
just the
movie.
fact of like, I mean, just how it starts out. You got American soldiers mixed with.
It
Do they
has to
ever
be
say?
Filipino.
Did they ever say
Well, I
where
think
they're
it's
going?
Filipino. No,
They never say
I
like
don't
what the
think so.
mission is or where they're going, right? Like that's kind of like it's very ambiguous in the
The
fact
one
that like,
guy is handcuffed to a briefcase, so he's important for some reason.
yeah, but they never actually tell
Mr.
you what
Dole.
the fuck.
Yeah.
It's funny because we have four guys in uniform, soldiers, two Americans. Is it two? Yeah, two Americans, two Filipinos, and then no, I guess it's yeah, whatever it
Yeah.
is. There's five of them, but anyways, the guy with the suitcase is a white dude. But they never really tell you what the fuck that's all about. Like they're just on a mission for somewhere. They get shot down. They parachute out of there. They end up in the jungle. And actually, the moment where the whole movie kind of like starts taking place. So they're going through the jungle. They're trying to figure out where to go. They're like heading due north and shit. And Buddy kicks this coconut and it just fucking explodes. I literally started laughing out loud. I'm like, that's why I don't kick coconuts, man. Seriously, I don't know why it made me laugh, but um, so the shit like explodes.
That's why you don't kick coconuts, huh?
Yeah, exactly, man. The shit
It's like
explodes.
that's the oldest trick in the book.
Yep. And so anyways, they get all knocked out. They wake up and so they continue along with their, trying to fucking find, shelter or whatever. And they come across this house, end up in it, and shit kind of goes crazy from there. It like it's such an interesting film. It really is such an interesting film because, the runtime on this one is what, maybe 85 minutes?
84.
84 minutes. Like it accomplishes it really does accomplish a lot in the short allotted time that it expands itself. But um yeah, man, I thought this was really well done. It really did feel very much like the previous film in terms of like soundtrack, even cinematography. It of course had like, similar, it had two of the same actors that were in it too, so it did have that, it had that element too. But totally different film, a
This
completely
movie
totally
had
different film. It's psychological. It's
this movie had Vic I think it's Samalayan, but he was a pretty notable Filipino
yeah, the
actor.
Filipino actor. Yeah, yeah.
He was a dad. He was the dad in Kiss It Mata.
Oh, real? Is that who he is? Oh
Yeah,
shit. Okay. Okay.
he was much
Yeah, he
younger in
played
this
a
movie.
sergeant in both movies.
Right. I recognized him
Mhm.
right
Yeah.
I
away, and I
like to
was like,
think
"Who?"
it's actually the same character.
That's in my head. I was thinking that too. I was like, it's probably unintentional. They're just recycling actors just because of the film scene there. But
Well, they
in
shot
my,
all
I was
four
like, can
films
I
at
just
one
pretend
time.
they're the same guy?
Yeah. So I think the one dude, the guy, the kind of built white guy and shit like that. I think he's in 3 of the 4 films that they shot at the time. So they were just recycling
Yeah,
for
he's
that.
in fucking what the hell's it called from 71 that we were just
Bloodthirst.
talking about. Bloodthirst, he's in that too.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, I really enjoyed this shit, man. My favorite scene in the film is when the guy comes in after doing the stakeout or whatever, and he comes in and he's like, "What the fuck, guys?" We didn't say what the fuck, but he's like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "I'm out here sweating my balls off, and you guys are in here showering and shaving and shit." And everyone's like, "What the fuck are you talking about, man?" Like, and right there, I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah.
This is gonna be good." I'm like, "This is cool." Yeah, I like it, man. Yeah. So
Yeah. At first, I thought like maybe like they were actually like dead, and the house was like
That's
some
what I
type of
thought
like
that's what I
purgatory.
thought most
I
of the movie.
literally wrote in my notes, I'm like, "Oh, it's a purgatory story," because when the coconut
Yeah.
blows up, I thought they die.
I just thought they died in the plane, like when the plane
Like
got
the
shot down.
parachuting, maybe.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
they just didn't make it off the plane.
Yeah.
No, I thought when the
Same.
coconut
Wait,
blew up, they actually did die, right? And then I was like, "Oh, they're stuck in purgatory."
I'm pretty sure they don't make it off the plane for one specific reason.
Shoot.
The pinup picture. There's a pinup picture of the girl on a plane. And then at the house he gets another pinup picture of a girl and it's like it's not the same exact picture, but it's like the same type of pictures in the same like area and the same like type of pose. So that's why I thought that they actually just get shot down and then that's it.
and then they
And then
die right
that's the
there. So I
purgatory.
thought that too, actually, because when he grabs the picture at the end, it's a Filipino girl in it, right? Where he puts up the blonde girl.
Yeah. And
So
he takes a picture out when they leave the plane at the beginning.
right, right. Oh, that's interesting. It
Hmm.
changes the thought process a little bit. But yeah,
Good,
I
good
mean,
eye, Tony. Good eye.
but it is interesting because I thought it was like a purgatory story when the coconut blows up, and I was like, okay, so they survived it, but they don't, and then shit goes kind of crazy in the house and stuff like that. So, but if they never make it off the plane, is it not the same thing then?
It is. This is really bad.
It's kind of the same.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just kind of the
Mhm.
same thing. So, um, yeah, shit,
I was
shit.
looking
That's crazy.
at a film critic, Gentry Austin, describes it as dark house Filipino Gothic. That's like a cool description of it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is heavy on a symbolism and different themes, and it's a movie where watching it like a few times could probably help flesh that out with like what your own personal interpretation is. Because the first time, yeah, like to me, what we all kind of thought is a very understandable initial reaction, but then like, okay, what do the women represent in it, and different other things that happen throughout the movie. So I think based on that alone, it's going to have that rewatchability because each time you're going to be looking for different hints and clues as to like exactly what's going on, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. So like this is one I do anticipate revisiting like a lot.
Mhm. Yeah, there's really interesting, dialogue in the film and exposition. Like, I mean, when you're dealing with you have the Filipinos and you got whites and stuff, the Americans and the Filipinos and stuff, it becomes a little bit, I mean, there's points in the film where it becomes racist, it becomes hostile and stuff like that. And I was like, oh shit, man, what are they doing here? I mean, this is
And it's
19.
almost like out of the blue when that
Yeah,
happens too. It's like a switch is flipped.
I do feel like maybe the filmmakers were kind of talking about like how, I mean, this is way before Vietnam, and Vietnam has always been criticized for, the Americans kind of sticking their face into something they should have been there in the first place, kind of thing, right? I feel like
We
even
did
at
have
this,
Korea the decade before though.
and that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking it might be kind of a statement on, the American, like when shit's going down in other places, the Americans are always there putting their nose in shit and stuff like that, like because they're war hungry, blah blah blah. I feel like that might be something that's being said here a little bit, just from the dialogue and the fact that it is war based and exactly what's happening and stuff like that too. So
And that guy, the Dole character, like he even like alludes to shit, like how he's talking about how like the house shouldn't be here because I know all of this land
right,
and I know
right,
everything about it. So he could be like some like defensive like contractor type guy.
right. So like again, like the like how the film starts out is very interesting to me because I could never figure it out. Like you have these Filipino soldiers and American soldiers and some guy carrying a briefcase full of fucking whatever, man. I feel like this is a Tarantino movie with a briefcase. We don't know what the fuck's in it.
That guy just seems so out of pocket compared to everyone else.
It's so weird, but like what exactly is their mission? Because you have Americans and Filipinos flying in a plane together and there's obviously something going on there, like a war or whatever. It's such a weird setup, right? Like I can't wrap my head around exactly what's happening there, but I mean, you can break down the simplicity of the commentary though too, sometimes with, like I said, just you shouldn't be there. And hence like when they get into the house and it's like, oh, you put your nose in somewhere where it shouldn't be, we're not going to let you fucking, kind of leave and stuff like that. It's not just a purgatory thing. It's not just a death thing. It's, it's a statement on, you put your nose where it doesn't belong. This is what happens, right? You get death kind of thing. Right. So, it's interesting. I think there's a lot of different ways of looking at this film, to be honest. There really is.
Oh, there definitely is. It's
like there's a lot of different things.
Yeah, some themes of like I would say paranoia going on. Their own desires could be like their own subconscious. With, like the women.
I think that the Filipino army was involved in the Korean War on like the side that we were.
Okay, so they were probably the commentary could be like, you're everyone's putting their nose in where they shouldn't be. It's like the whole thing with Vietnam that's crazy too. If it was taking place during that time period, it would make a lot more sense to me because, I mean, it was like more of like a civil war kind of thing and Americans went in there and, did their thing and stuff like that. But it's like, if you reverse the whole thing, like when the Americans had their civil war, could you imagine people coming from another country and involving themselves into the civil war?
Yeah.
Especially
you wouldn't want that because you'd be like, why the fuck are you guys here? This is our war. It's like,
well, yeah, these world wars, they create like probably uneasy allies,
right?
Because like, even though technically, like, we might go over to a country and they're our allies, but they're still unfamiliar to us, like their customs, their culture, the land that we're fighting in is unfamiliar, so it's going to create that natural fear and paranoia of the unknown, which so I think some of that was going on in this movie too. And I think you could say that a lot of the stuff going on inside the house could be like metaphorical representation of the fear of the unknown and all that stuff. So that could be another layer of what's going on in here.
I mean, like, what do the women symbolize? Like, the death, fear, desire. Like, there's a lot of things that are happening there. There's a lot of different ways to break this down. This movie is very cerebral. It's a lot deeper than you think it is, because I was watching it going like, okay, so the women are showing up, all these really beautiful women, and they're seducing and they're, the desires, and there's a whole pile of things that are happening with them. And I'm like, is that just a metaphor for death? I have no idea. Desires, like there's so many things that you can attack that from every different angle. But
we got our shining moment.
I never thought in a million years I would be talking about these reviver films like this. I never thought this was ever going to happen, but I was completely blown away, no pun intended. But like by this movie, I was like,
by
damn,
this
bro.
Coconut.
Yeah, by the coconut.
by the explosion that they give us.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah,
that was amazing.
Yeah, I think that was my review, the combusting coconut, because it like right away I was like, that's why you don't kick coconuts, man. Look, it's like a deep weird fear of mine, I guess. But yeah, this is good, man. I know I'm like that. I have these weird fears. I really do. Again, it's like it's the same type of production, man. It's got the same type of soundtrack. It's got the English dub to it where they're speaking English. Just sounds, it looks good. This one really does pop though, right? Like the cinematography in it's great. Mm-hmm. It looks awesome. This is truly a fucking hidden gem. Like you couldn't get any more hidden than this film. you literally can't. You know,
I think for me, why it felt so familiar as a Twilight Zone episode is because a lot of Twilight Zone episodes do deal with like soldiers in strange situations and lands, just because of the time that show aired too. It's like Cold War era,
right?
So like that, this felt almost like related to Twilight Zone in that sense.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Tyler, JP, what do you guys got on this?
It's this one had a really good build. That was the main take with me for this one. Atmosphere on it was really good, and like I really didn't think they were dead or really had any strong opinion what was going on until that scene that you brought up with where they're like, "What do you get? Where did you get those fresh uniform? Where'd you shave your beard? Where's the razor, guys?"
Right.
And then you kind of see it happen in real time. And at that point, I thought they were just dead in this purgatory. And then as you get these other characters they introduced, it only kind of strengthened that. But the way like it kind of goes at the end, and it makes me question exactly what is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could argue that they might have been holding the hand of the viewer, and then they go right back to being ambiguous with the end.
I mean, they do give you the whole idea of like when that coconut blew up. Like, I mean, we go through the whole thing with the guy getting his arm cut off and shit like that.
Yeah, like see that part like kind of made me think also that it wasn't any sort of it wasn't any sort of like.
But then how do you explain? How do you explain the picture chinging? Because if it goes back to reality,
there's definitely something supernatural about it.
100%, yeah.
But I guess it's over interpretation, like what it was. When
I see what you mean, though, Tyler.
Yeah, the whole
because if it's purgatory, you would wake up in the same state you were before, right?
Yeah,
but it wasn't that time around.
The whole arm chopping thing too, like, kind of made it. For that seemed something that didn't fit, and I guess like in my own idea of like what would happen in a purgatory, like that made me reconsider like my position on what was going on.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I definitely questioned after that too. But you know what's really trippy about the film? There's a bunch of scenes in the film, like inside the house, where you hear this like cacking. What is that? What did that remind you of? You hear those like little voices, those little female, like the cacking and shit like that. Fucking Evil Dead, man.
Evil Dead.
Oh, okay.
It completely.
Oh yeah.
As soon as it started,
I can totally get that now.
Yeah, dude. I'm watching. I literally said out loud to myself, I went, "That's the fucking Evil Dead right there, 100%." And there's no possible way Raimi saw this. We know that for a fact, but it's trippy.
Nope.
How that's maybe very Raimi similar.
Maybe Raimi saw and he's the one who hit it.
We have this like very. We have characters stuck inside a house. And when I hear this cacking and shit, I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is fucking Evil Dead. It's crazy. Kind of trippy.
Yeah, at the end, it sounded like the voices were saying stay. And it makes me think that like instead of purgatory, it's like they're trapped in their own subconscious, and the house, it's trying to keep them trapped in that mental state. And then maybe the end is trying to say that they broke free of it. But again, to me it's still an ambiguous ending. We don't know for sure as they're walking off like into the rest of the jungle.
The whole thing is kind of ambiguous though too. Like when you break down the individual, like the fucking, I call him the suit because I can't remember his name, the guy with the suit and the suitcase who goes fucking batshit and starts like killing off people and shit. The fuck's that about?
I mean, he might have succumbed to the madness.
Right.
The macho madness.
He lost his mind. He's the only one who never gave in to his like desires. He was like, he completely like fought it off and like went.
There's some really good conversations between him because I get his point.
He definitely should have.
I really get his point of view because I'm that person where I just want to know what the fuck is going on. Like I don't want any ambiguity. I don't want anything. I just want to know exactly. Like if I was stuck in that situation, I would be that guy. That would be super annoying. Be like, what the fuck is going on? Can someone explain this shit to me? Because there's a point to this. Like something can be explained. I just need it to be explained. Kind
Right.
of thing. And
Meanwhile, you have the other like white dudes like fetishizing over their Asian ghosts.
yeah, and then but then you have the the other Filipino corporal guy who was in the last film too, and he has the best insight. He's like, yo, man, he's like, I don't remember what the fuck he says. He says something on the lines of like, just not knowing shit is like, the best thing ever. Like, he's just saying like all these type of things that are just deflecting from what he's saying. And you're just like, yeah, well,
Yeah.
that kind of
Ignorance
makes
is bliss.
ignorance is bliss, and shit like that and stuff like that. Like, you don't need to know like almost everything he says in the film. Like, man, this is actually written pretty good because you got yin and yang here, right? And you're always going to have that type of situation in a situation like that because you're gonna have one person's like, what the fuck, we need to know, and someone going, can you just settle the fuck down, we're okay, and that's exactly what it's doing the entire film. And it's just like it's very soothing dialogue and exposition within the film, and I enjoyed it, man. I thought he was my favorite character in the film. Actually, was the Filipino sergeant. He was great in the film. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, good stuff. What a fucking movie, though. Really good.
It's just like the quality movie you expect of like movies that have never been seen. And someone found in a dirty film canister was way above par here.
You know what I don't understand about this though? So one thing we didn't talk about in the special features was they explained why obviously the Horror from Beyond wasn't released is because it had the water damage and stuff, and they couldn't actually release the film. So there was no good print for it. But why the fuck was this one not released? They don't really go into the fact why this one wasn't released. And I know they do question it in the features, and then Bloodthirst was released, and they're like, why was that one released? Like, why was this film?
Yeah, I don't think they really have any like concrete answers.
Yeah, they just
crazy?
lost it.
Happen to get released.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's fucking weird.
so fucking weird actually,
Maybe
because
got
this is
lost in the
this
shuffle.
is a good film. It's actually like a legit good film, and it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it really subverts your expectations of what's out there that like just
Oh, yeah,
hasn't
it's
been
insane.
released.
I know, like, I mean, this is what gets me so excited for film. It's like, I mean, this just, for lack of a better pun, but like it kind of revived my shit. It's like not revive. I mean, I'm never down in the dumps or anything, but I mean, this is what I live for. I live for fucking shit like this. Releases
Well,
that
yeah,
haven't been released, and things that are sitting in purgatory, like VHS purgatories and stuff like that, and getting released. But this is insane. Like this has literally never been released. You
yeah,
can't
it's
get
the
any
fact
better
that
than this.
like in the year 2026 we can be shown like this random movie from 1965, and it's like,
Yeah.
holy shit, like this is one of my like favorite film discoveries, definitely of this year, but probably even longer than that.
I know. Like who doesn't thrive for this? It's amazing. I mean, we do. So
Oh yeah.
fuck yeah, we do. So what do you guys give this one? Does anybody have anything else on the film?
I got it at a 9.
Damn.
Like I mean, it's go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead. You're
Oh, I
about
was just
to
gonna say,
give
I
us your
mean,
spiel.
yeah, I mean, I pretty much said already, but this style and type of story with the symbolism and themes, it's just kind of right up my alley. Of like, I like a little sci-fi mystery mixed in with my horror, and the connection, not the literal connection, but I guess like a cousin to like a Twilight Zone type presentation. To me, it just works on every level. And my guess is it's going to get better with subsequent viewings too. And I like that in a movie as well. One that makes you think and makes you want to revisit it, because as much as you liked it, you didn't figure everything out on that first viewing, but it pulls you back to it to want to figure out more. To me, that's just my idea of like a pretty flawless picture. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. W- you were gonna go, Tony.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll probably like echo the same shit you said. I was at an 8, but like after our discussion, I'm gonna bump it to an 8.5. And just like what you said, and with the first movie, like I'm almost like excited to watch these movies again. And I feel like after I do, they'll probably go up and just have the opportunity to go up even more. Just especially with the way they were shot and how they look, the production value of these movies is honestly insane. And I guarantee there's just a ton of shit that we missed on these first watches. But yeah, right now I'm at an 8.5 on this one.
And don't you kind of feel like in a way, like how can I describe it? Like it doesn't feel like there's much fat to trim on these movies. Like they
Oh, they're like
are,
80 minutes long.
yeah, they're
That's
like
part of
Mhm.
the part that makes them.
precise with what they want
If
to show
if they
you.
were that if they were much longer, it wouldn't be a good thing. Like they're good like at these in and outs.
No, that's
Yeah,
what
it's
I
like
said.
there's
I said both of
nothing
them don't
wasted.
overstay their welcome at all.
There's
Yeah.
nothing
You know?
wasted when you're watching it.
No,
Mhm.
there really isn't.
Yeah, it's all killer.
No filler. Who said that? Sum 41?
Yep,
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep. That's the name
exactly.
of their album.
Yeah.
classic.
Like, yeah.
Guys are up on that Canadian punk music. That's crazy.
Mhm.
But
We got that one down here in the States.
Yeah, it made its way to our radio.
yeah, they were big up here. Yeah.
Uh,
Fuck, man. So you guys all give your ratings?
No, I
nah,
haven't. Yeah. I give it an 8 out of 10. This stuff is like right up my alley. Like,
Yeah.
we talked about Twilight Zone stuff. It's just like makes you think. It's like a cool mystery. Um, one of my favorite movies of the year last year was uh It Ends, which
yeah,
was like a total like purgatory type, like stuck somewhere thing. So I really like this type of stuff.
uh, yeah. I'm gonna also give this one a 7.
I'm at 8.5 on this one. Like a little bit more than the last one. But I'm right there, man. I love the whole purgatory. I love those whole type of stories and shit like that. Is it purgatory? Is it not? This one I think just has a lot to offer, man. It's just really good, man. Really, really good stuff. What a fucking find. Great stuff from Vinegar Syndrome. So
And it's such a great double feature. Like I'm
It
only gonna
really
watch
is,
these
yeah.
two movies together every
Oh,
time I watch them.
the goal got called back.
Shut the fuck up.
this fucking guy.
You
Yeah, I completely agree. I love the fact
about
that
to
like
switch hats again?
when you play the first film,
Nah,
the second one just played. I was like, what the fuck? Because I was like, did I hit play or what the fuck just happened?
I just love the menu and it's like, do you want horror or terror? Like the way
Yeah.
it's presented,
Yeah.
and you get
So
to
if you
pick
play
which one.
and then to
Terror-
actually,
So I'm
be-
curious, if you play the second feature first, does it just play the features, the special features after, or does it play the
probably. I just probably assumed you're gonna go left to right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna
if
be
it's like
straight in
on one
sequence.
reel, kind of maybe.
So you have to play them in sequence, man. Pretty
Yeah, it was but the special features were good too. Like the first one with that guy just talking about his like grandfather or whatever, and all the film canisters. And then I love the Oscar stuff. Like those usually I don't know if a shorter version comes out on YouTube or if it's the whole thing, but um I think it's a short, yeah, it's a shorter version. But I love those winding through features where he just sort of talks about like the like task and art of like film preservation and like gets real nerdy about it and shit like that. That
I
shit's
could
so
literally
cool.
listen to that for fucking hours because I'm so intrigued because I don't really know much about like actual film preservation like that. And like watching it and listening to it, I'm just like, oh, it's over? Lame. I was so mad. I could listen to it forever.
That and like watching him like go through the process of like what they had to do to like unstick the fucking water damage reel and shit,
Oh
how they're
yeah.
all fused together and they had to
Yeah.
like cook it and like just so like
Yeah.
painstakingly like pull it apart that way. It's like insane, probably the work that they had to do to like save that movie.
You just think about the amount of hours that they put into that shit, man. Like it really makes you appreciate it a lot more. Like there's so many people out there that buy these releases they watch the film, they sell them off, they don't really appreciate but when you watch the features, it's a totally different ball game, man. You get in depth, you get on the same level as them, and I think more people really have to dig deeper in these things, man. I mean, I'm not saying you have to, but no, you should. I'm saying you fucking should.
Yeah, you have
check out
to.
the features. Check out the features. But it really does bring up the value of these things for myself. Just even with Fear Has 1,000 Eyes. I watch the features and I'm like, oh shit. If I didn't have the features on that, I'd be right with you, 5.5 on it. And then it brought it up a little bit for me. It's it made a big difference because it wasn't there, and you talk about it and stuff. But just, if you'd have watched the first film without knowing that there was water damage and stuff, and then you had nothing after, no explanation, nothing, you'd be like, what the fuck's up with this release, man? This is shit. It's could you imagine this released on Code Red back in the day? You'd be like, the fuck, Bill?
What the fuck, Bill?
You fucking did it again. You fucked it up.
Just be like, oh, classic.
Yeah,
classic Bill.
You fucked this thing up, Bill. But you get them talking about it and you understand what's going on and shit. And I think that's very valuable. It's very valuable for the fans. So really good stuff. Really great release. One of the best of the year for sure. All right, so that is going to conclude the double feature reviews here of Horror from Beyond and Paradise of Terror from 1965. What's your guys' release of the month? Tony, what's your release?
Reviver 2, obviously.
Yeah, I'll go.
I would pick Intensive Care if it was not Reviver 2 and if it had a better soundtrack. An actual soundtrack.
I'm going to take Reviver 2. Also, phenomenal release. Tyler, what do you got? Reviver 2? Oh, I think it might be unanimous. Actually, no, JP's not picking this one.
Yeah, Reviver 2 for sure.
What? You're not picking Portuguese Nun?
No. This was amazing. This was such a fun experience, and also just such an improvement from the first one. And yeah. I highly recommend any of the listeners out there, if the show comes out in time, there are the Reviver 2 regular slip edition. There's only 229 copies left out of the 3,000 print run. So definitely grab that. We highly recommend it. So yeah.
Is there no standard right now?
Not yet. There was a standard for the first one, but you're only able to get it in the special limited edition or whatever right now. So I assume there will probably be a standard. But yeah, I'm hoping we can get more interesting stuff. Everything I don't expect everything to be as good as this, but at least somewhere in the ballpark, better than the other one, would be pretty interesting, because I think as of right now, we're all probably going to give Reviver 3 a shot when it eventually comes out.
Could you imagine being Oscar and finding this film and preserving it, but you're the first person that's seen it for ever?
Mm-hmm.
The feeling of that, but you'd be so stoked. You'd be like, this is fucking pretty awesome. I need to get this out here. This is I'd be so giddy. I don't know, man. It's it would be one of the coolest feelings ever. Dude, I can't wait to get this shit out there. What a fucking cool. He's got the coolest job in the world. He really does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Tyler said if he could leave his job with no strings, he'd become the film preserver.
Yep.
Are you is it your release of the month too, Tyler?
Yeah.
I think we were unanimous. That doesn't happen a whole lot, but yeah, I think
not a whole lot.
I think Volume Deuce is definitely. All right, so what's coming next month? What are we doing next month?
Yeah, so next month, for the April titles, we are doing, I guess I'm doing Mutant. I picked last this time, so and we talked about the releases, they were a little slim. So I was not super like
It was a slow month.
jazzed on all the picks that I like, the stuff that I could pick from. So I went
But
with
this,
Mutant.
you've seen Mutant, right? Or is this a first time
No,
watch?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, so I mean, that's cool.
You're probably lucky actually to see probably the best. Well, it's ever probably going to look because I've
Mhm.
watched it on the shit
Yeah.
DVD into the Blu-ray, which is pretty good. This is probably good, pretty good, but I like it, man. I like it.
Hmm.
I am doing Crosstalk.
The Umbrella release.
Yeah. So doing some exploitation right there. Tyler, what are you doing?
I'm doing the oh yeah.
Boarding Gate.
Boarding
That
Pass.
is the Magnolia
Boarding Gate.
release.
Boarding pass, boarding gate. Didn't you guys like make that joke before?
Did we?
I think
think
so.
so.
Oh yeah, you're the one who said boarding pass, Tyler.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Boarding pass.
That's fucking hilarious.
Boarding tank.
Yeah, yeah. Boarding tank.
Doing Tony.
Pretty sure I picked Escape from Death. The
You
other
did.
Lucio Fulci presents.
You sniped my pick.
It was a good month to have the first pick. I'll say that.
Yeah. And of course, for the featured review, we are going to do Faces of Death.
Have you guys opened up your Faces of Death yet? It's got those cards in the front there.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
What's what?
I don't know what it is. It's just a
Death trading cards or something.
Yeah.
yeah.
I haven't opened up mine, so I haven't checked it out, but I just got mine a couple days ago.
I don't remember any cards in the front.
Yeah, reading the front of the slip. They're like,
Yeah, you
vacuum
like had to
sealing.
like take that off.
yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't even
It almost
notice.
looks like credit cards. But anyways, that is going to conclude episode 4 here in season 3. Mikey, thank you for joining us and talking about some very odd suicidal films. It actually didn't sound that bad. It's probably something that I would probably have a hard time with. So, but yeah, good stuff though. And any last words, guys?
No, I think that's all.
All right, that's going to
Yep.
conclude episode 4. Tony, got some?
Hell no.
All right. All right, we're out of here. Deuces.
Peace.